The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeal for February 2nd is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law and the executive order of Governor Baker, suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law and due to the ongoing public health crisis. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the WebEx event platform. This hearing is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and via video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on screen and you will remain muted until administratively unmuted when asked to comment. As with our in-person meetings, comments in support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows: elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting will be limited by the chair as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by the project. That is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise your hand icon in the application via the WebEx event platform. To raise your hand, click the participant information icon. From there, find your name, and on the lower right-hand side, you should see a hand-raising icon. Click the icon and your hand will be virtually raised. Click it again, and your hand should go down. If you are connected to this hearing by telephone, please press *3 to raise your hand. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address for the record. In the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Fortune reads the address into the record. Before that, we get started, I'd like to take a roll call of participants, of members. Mr. Fortune.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Mr. Ehrlich.
Here.
Mr. Robinson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Miss Bonato.
She's here. I just made her a panelist.
Here.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Kendall.
Madam Chair, Mr. Kendall's not scheduled to sit today. It's Joe Ruggiero.
So Joe Ruggiero is present then?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
Excellent. Joe, are you here?
I am here.
Okay, excellent. And then I have a note from Mr. Ligris that he will be joining this conversation, this meeting at 11:30 due to an unexpected issue. So this is a 6-member board until he joins. Jeff Hampton from BPDA, I see you're on.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, to you, Mr. Fortune.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call the first order for extensions. Case VOA 852-459, 5 Spring Garden Street. Name and address for the record. Madam Chair, this is due to expire, well, technically not until March 1st of 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins on behalf of the petitioner with respect to the extension request for 5 Spring Garden Street. Madam Chair, this was approved by the board back in 2019. It expires on March 1st, 2021. The applicant is in the process of completing the permitting and design review issues with BPDA. and intends to proceed as soon as possible. This would be the first extension on this application.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to extend for 1 year past the date of termination.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 911-2729 Chelsea Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on March 29, 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, Linear Retail. Madam Chair, the board had granted relief just under 2 years ago for this particular project, which will involve a 35,000 square foot commercial retail location in Maverick Square. They have completed BPDA design review. They are anticipating pulling their permit relatively quickly. COVID obviously has delayed things a bit based upon the retail issues, but they do intend to continue with the project. So this is expected to probably break ground this summer.
May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion for a 1 year extension. I just want to bring some attention to some screening and buffering. It's a vacant lot in the middle of Maverick Square. That I think some attention to the fencing around the property and just make sure it's secure while it's in its current state. Motion for a 1 year extension.
Got it, Mr. Lins?
Not a problem. Thank you.
Is it, there's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 450-351 1181 to 1183 Bennington Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on March 25th, 2021. This would be the fourth extension if we were granted so. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. On behalf of the petitioner, as the secretary did indicate, this is the fourth extension. There is good reason, Madam Chair, for the extensions that have been granted in the past. The board granted relief. This is an Article 80 project for the construction of a 44-unit residential structure in the Orient Heights section of East Boston. For at least 2 of those years, there were issues relative to the Department of Justice with respect to the prior owner. There was a federal lien and seizure of this property, which prevented my client from moving forward. Those issues have been resolved. Since the last extension, my client has acquired the property and is proceeding diligently to conclude the permitting process. Part of that does include approvals from PIC for a taking that was done in connection with the BPDA, as well as relocation of utilities in the property, and that is all proceeding accordingly.
Okay, just know that, so this means that this has been a 5-year process. And as you know, we have a little stomach for this, even though there have been extenuating circumstances on this. May I have a motion for 1 year?
Make a motion for a 1 year extension.
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All those in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 839-661 100 to 114 Hampton Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on March 1st, 2021. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Richard Lins, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. On behalf of the petitioner, Green Line Management, Madam Chair, the board granted relief back in January of 2019 for a cannabis establishment. This would involve a grow and cultivation facility at 100 to 114 Hampden Street. The applicant is just about completed with its process for design review and permitting. And will be proceeding hopefully relatively soon with respect to this project.
Yes, I've been watching that site because it looks like it's used for vehicle storage these days. So I'm really counting on that doing what it's supposed to do within this 1 year. So may I have a motion?
Motion to extend for 1 year from date of termination.
Is there,
Second,
all
Joe.
those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 694-026 77 to 85 Liverpool Street. Madam Chair, this is due to expire on March 2nd, 2021. This would be the second extension. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Laureen Scatino on behalf of the petitioner with the business address of 245 Sumner Street in East Boston. The board originally approved this application to erect a 22-unit residential dwelling with 2 office spaces on a newly created 8,000 square foot lot. The decision is set to expire on March 2nd. We are here on another extension. The board granted an extension last year. The petitioner is very close to having the design and finances in place on this. The pandemic just put this a little bit behind in filing.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion for a 1-year extension.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Lorena, as you've probably heard, we are really looking for projects to start moving along now that, there is hope at the end of this horizon, okay? So let's make sure that the applicant is aware of that.
Absolutely, we'll pass that along. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Calling the last case for extension, calling BOA 822-528-71 Mozart Street. This is due to expire on March 1st, 2021. Name and address for the record, please. Is Mozart Street on?
Yes, I'm here.
Name and address for the record, please.
Jason Hutchinson, 71 Mozart Street.
So tell us the reason for your request.
Yes, we have completed design review. This is my first application for an extension. It's mostly been the whole pandemic thing has really slowed everything down.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion for a 1-year extension.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, I'm going to call the 9:30 hearings for deferrals or withdrawals. These are for 9:30 only, deferrals or withdrawals. Address, please.
1937 Beacon Street, Ward 21.
For the record, calling BOA 904-516-1937 Beacon Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano, attorney for the applicants with an address of 11 Beacon Street. We are seeking a deferral today from the board. We did hear from some direct others that we had not heard from about concerns and wanted to go over security plan and queuing. So we are seeking a deferral. Doesn't have to be a long one, but whatever the board would see fit if granted.
May I have a motion, please?
Defer.
Take a motion for deferral.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries the date, please.
We have a date of April 6th at 12:30.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30? 9:30
Yes,
only.
there is, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, Joseph Feaster. The address is,
Address, Joe, please, first.
okay, that's 42 to 44 Shirley Street.
Mr. Feast, I have 42 Shirley Street. I don't have 44. Is that?
Well, no, it's 40, no, it's one address, so 42 would be the address, Mr. Secretary.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feast. I'm going to call it into the record. Calling BOA 112-5330, 42 Shirley Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, and members of the board. Especially, I want to congratulate and welcome Gene Pinato to the board. Joseph Feaster, law firm of McKenzie and Associates, 183 State Street in Boston. Madam Chair, would you like me to proceed?
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay. I come to you requesting this deferral, and I'm very familiar with the board's views on deferrals, but we come to you with this. I just want to set some facts for the record. My client received their refusal letter on August of 2020, was proceeding forward with the community process, and then, of course, this completed that, and this hearing was arranged. Most recently, we received some concerns raised by, and I believe the board may have received a letter from the Landsmark Commission claiming that this property might have some historical significance and they want to explore that. So based upon that request, based upon, I believe Eustace House may have also, this is near the Eustace House on Shirley Street, as well as the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, implored upon my client to have come and request this deferral today. So obediently, that's what I am doing.
May I have a motion, please?
Madam Chair, before we do that, Mr. Feaster, we're into April dates. Do you think you need a date later than April, or is April sufficient?
I think April be sufficient, Mr. Secretary. We anticipate, at least we've learned, that the Landsmark will take this issue up, at least with my client, sometime maybe next week. So I'm hopeful that we will get this issue resolved. As you know, even with this consideration, and if we were to go forward, that obviously if there was a historical or landmark question, my client wouldn't get a teardown order in any event. But nonetheless, we want to be compliant with the request. So I think April would be adequate.
I make a motion for deferral.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye. You'll have a date of April 6th at 12:30.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary and members of the board.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 9:30 only? Okay, Madam Chair, I'll call the first case. Calling BOA 106-9082, 89 Trenton Street. This to confirm as a three-family and change of occupancy from a three to a four-family, an additional dwelling to be located in the basement. The violations, Article 9, Section 1, reconstruction, extension of a non-conforming building. Article 27T, East Boston iPod. Article 53, Section 8, four-family is forbidden. Article 53, Section 56, insufficient parking. Name and address.
I prefer to understand you much better.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is David Choi, architect, and I'm representing the owners of 89 Trenton Street of East Boston, Massachusetts.
So tell us what's being proposed, Mr. Choi.
The project is to basically complete the bottom level, the lower level of this the structure. Currently, it's virtually finished out in the lower level, and we wanted to complete this project. And we've met with.
So hold on, I need details. So this is a change of occupancy from a 3 to a 4.
Yes, madam.
Tell us about the floor to ceiling height. Tell us about the rear access, because you did describe it as a garden level. So I'm assuming it opens out into the rear. And what the occupant, and is it a 1-bedroom, the square footage? And are utilities separate?
Yes, it is the ceiling is 7'6". I have verified that. There is a drop in the elevation from the street level, which you see on the lower part of the plan and to the back of the yard. So you can see that in the section that's depicted here on the side elevation. And it is a 1-bedroom, 1-office proposal, and it would have a separate utility. And there is an egress out into the back, as well as we're utilizing existing window openings.
What's the proposed square footage?
The square footage is 780 square feet living space.
And tell me, is this building owner occupied or is it an investment property?
I believe it is an investment property. I have worked for the owner, and the owner does not live in that building.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are adequate. I do have could you just take us through the rear? It's a little unclear in the drawings where the egress and what the height of the rear grade is, because it does appear to have access to a rear stair, but there's utilities back there as well. Can you just show us on the plan on A100, which is, not sure, I think it's, if you can scroll down and just zoom into the back of the large plan on the bottom. On the bottom of the page, there's an enlarged plan of the rear. I just want to make sure we understand this because it does show egressing through the rear back there where it says existing stair utilities. Can you explain how that works with the adjacent grade? It's not clear to me.
Right. So when you see you see that little mark that says W2, that is the existing window. And currently there is 4 risers up from that level of the existing rear stair utility storage area.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be approximately 20 inches in height difference between the lower level to the grade level.
Okay, so looking at the plans, I do have additional questions. I'm hoping Mark Ehrlich will also jump in. Can you please tell me the floor to sill height? And as I look at the quote office space, it looks like it has the possibility of being a second bedroom, given the fact that it has its own bathroom. So we just want to make sure that everything is, that we are clear on what we are seeing. So please explain this layout to us and the floor to sill height.
Yes. Okay.
David.
Oh yes. Okay. I'm okay. The floor to sill height is 44 inches. And as you can see in the egress window is noted as 44 inches to sill. The bathroom currently exists in the building, and our intention is to use that as an office. It's a 1-bedroom office layout, and this was based on our meetings with the community. And they felt that that was the most appropriate use of the space in the back that's been already partially finished out.
I guess, and please talk to us about the floor to sill height, starting from the front to the rear window in the quote office.
Right. The floor to sill height.
Just to let you know that, we understand that the relief goes with the property and not with the owner. And we are very, very concerned about basement occupancy, especially when this property seems to already be a 3-family. So just so that you know where we're coming from.
Yes, Madam Chair. Starting from the left of the page, where we have living dining W1, window 1, that sill is above 44 inches. It's approximately 50 inches above the finished floor. And so is as you can see in the proposed front elevation that is on the, just above that, you can see that window that is at the street level. And then W2, which is a window also at the side access way, that's actually not at 44 inches. It's close to 50 inches. But the windows that are towards the back for the bedroom, it will be at 44-inch as an egress height. All the other windows, because of the site difference, will be limited to the grading along that side.
Madam Chair, if I could, this is Mark. I didn't see the plans, obviously, because Mr. Robinson was looking at them, but I'm curious, are there elevations that show the grade level? Because it's not only a question of floor to sill height, but it's also a question of floor to grade height. Is there an elevation that shows that from front to back? Yeah, okay.
Even at the rear, Mr. Ehrlich, at the rear, you do need to ascend up a small set of stairs at the back. I mean, I I feel more comfortable that there's two means of egress out, but I am not sure if the intervening space that's shown will remain clear for the occupant because it's listed as utilities and it's going through a different space. So I'm nervous, even though I understand it meets the egress requirement of the sill height. I'm just worried about the configuration and the use of those rear spaces.
So what would you suggest? Is should we consider eliminating a bedroom in that space?
Well, it's only one bedroom is what's being called out, so therefore it would eliminate I would assume the case altogether, because this is the only thing that is here is legalizing this lower level.
And remember, it's forbidden use.
Yeah,
So,
I would just, if I could comment.
yes, please.
Yeah, so the idea of when I think of the idea of a basement dwelling unit, I think of the idea of some type of immediate exit and entryway, and I don't see that here. Like, I don't see a slider going out to a backyard that's below grade, that somebody can go in and out of, that's like private entryway. That's what I envision a well-used basement dwelling unit as, and this doesn't appear to be that. I'm very concerned with, as Eric mentioned, the going through the utilities. There's also beams in the living room, I think. If I'm reading the plans right, it looks like there's support beams in the living room. It just doesn't seem like a thoughtful way to add a dwelling unit, and I'd be opposed to this project. So.
Okay, so let's hold on. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Lina Tramelli with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on the record in support. During the community process, the applicant addressed most of the concerns of the abutters, and also this proposal received support from Eagle Hill Civic Association. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ricardo Patron from the Office of City Councilor Lydia Edwards. The council would also like to go on the record in support.
Madam Chair, I have a raised hand.
Thank you.
Meg, you've been unmuted.
Hello, I am a direct abutter, and I've also added input.
Please hold on. Please put your name and address on the record.
Yeah, my name is Meg Grady, and my address is 99 Trenton Street.
Okay.
I worked with the owners as a neighbor to restore the facade. I think that this is actually a really great example of working with the community and the development. I think it's absolutely absurd that we would give this project an issue and probably just
so I would
like for the building to be torn down like so many others.
So I suppose that you are voicing your support for this project.
Absolutely.
Okay, Ms. Ambassador, any other raised hands?
Madam Chair, I see no other raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to support, but altering the plan to allow for a direct unencumbered egress through the rear to the backyard of the property.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
I'm too am in opposition, and since this is a 6-member board, this motion does not carry, so it's been denied.
Calling the next case. Calling BOA 113-8961, 147 to 149 Charles Street. This is seeking to change occupancy from a restaurant, bar, and 6 residential units to a restaurant and 9 residential units, and also erect a rear addition. The violation is Article 15, Section 1, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 19, Section 1, the side yard is insufficient. Article 20, Section 1, the rear yard is insufficient. Article 23, Section 1, off-street parking for the dwelling units is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with an address of 11 Beacon Street. Here on behalf of the applicant. With me, I also have Jerry Wilson from Tulsa Design in the plans. As was mentioned, we are seeking to change the occupancy from an existing bar with, it's also known as a restaurant. This is the Beacon Hill Pub with 6 residential units to now a restaurant and 9 residential units. This would also include a historic renovation of the exterior of the property, as well as a 3-story rear addition and renovation on the inside. Just a point to note, the building will remain, the contours of the building. The particular lot size is 3,200 square feet. The addition in the rear is 30 feet wide by 25 to 30 feet deep, and does have rear setbacks on the 2nd and 3rd floor pulled in of 10 feet. The floor plans, just to go over those on the next slide, at the lower level, there'd be the bottom level or basement utility area, coolers and storage for the restaurant. And then on the other side, storage and locker room for the residents of the building. On the first floor, there are 3 separate entrances. So there is one entrance for the restaurant, and that would have dining area, prep area, kitchen, and then 2 residential entrances in the middle and on the right of the building. The existing units, as they stand now, they are all between 496 to 517 square feet. Although we are rearranging those units, there'll be like right now there'll be a hybrid sort of studio 1-beds, but they are remaining the existing units. We are adding new units with that additional square footage in the back. Those will all be 700 square foot, 1-bedroom with an office. And you can see them in the back. Unit 3 is highlighted right there on the map in Unit 6. Again, we worked just to go over the violations. So we were cited for FAR. Existing is 2.42. What's allowed is 2.0 under the code. And we are proposing 3.3. Our rear yard is no change, but it's a pre-existing violation. So it's 0 since the building is not being touched. It goes back to the property line, although we do pull in 10 feet on all of the upper floors from 2 to 4. The side yard is, again, they're attached, so that's a pre-existing violation. 10 is what's required. And then parking, we are not creating parking because the building will remain, so 0.7, so 2 spaces would be required. One of the points to note is we are getting rid of the bar, so that will become a restaurant now and working with the community. I can answer any questions.
So this is going to be a walk-up or an elevator, and are you proposing a handicapped unit?
So it is not, we were not cited for building code violation where it is pre-existing units. So it would be walk-up in 2 spots.
Okay. Colette, can you show us what the rear addition is proposed to look like? And then move to what the proposed units are? And so this is legally, Counselor, a six unit building?
Correct. It's 6 units, and the addition in the back, Madam Chair, are all of the new units in the rear. So that, if you're looking at unit right here in the rear, 700 square foot, that is the new unit, and that continues up on each floor.
So Colette, can you zoom in, please? Thanks. Okay. So why are we looking at this as a 1-bedroom plus office versus just a clear 1-bedroom?
Just with COVID, Madam Chair, it was a little additional space for working at home. These aren't large units, so we just wanted to add that there's no closet or anything like that. They're just small office areas.
Oh yeah, we understand the demand though in Beacon Hill with students, etc. Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
I mean, I got a question. Was there any thought, I always find 9-unit buildings interesting. Was there any thought to, they're big units. Was there any thought to like doing similar size units maybe more units, maybe some affordable?
Yeah, that's a great question, Mr. Ruggiero. We actually were at 12, but in working with the community, took off the top floor and had to cut back the addition. So this was really the bare minimum we could get in working with the community. And then, we all obviously got rid of the bar, which was a big issue in the community. I think you'll hear from Tom Clemens, who's on, but we worked on this for almost a year and a half to get to this point. So we did have more units, though, to answer your question. So.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coughlin, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. On behalf of my colleague Shanice Pimentel, we would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one raised hand.
Thank you.
Right.
Chair, members of the board.
Kennedy, you've been unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Kennedy Avery with Councilor Bach's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office, would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have 3 letters of support from various retailers that are next to this project.
Thank you. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve a BPDA design review.
Second. I don't know if we have jurisdiction on this, Joe, because it's Beacon Hill.
Beacon Hill, that's right.
I just want to confirm that we do want them with a bedroom plus possible bedroom slash office, or do we just want it as a larger 1-bedroom? And anybody can pop in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have. Well, how big are those offices, Attorney Drago?
Not very big. Really more than half the size of the bedroom. No closet in there. It was really just an idea for work area.
How big is the bedroom?
Probably
about 9 by 11.
Yeah, 9 by 11.
Yeah.
So they're smaller than that. So they really couldn't, they should be used as bedrooms anyway, but.
I'll make a motion to approve with the removal of the office to make it more open.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 104-6403, 515 East 2nd Street. This is demolish the existing 1-story building, erect a new 5-story multifamily building containing 30 units with associated parking at the first floor of the building. The violations, Article 68, Section 29, roof structure restrictions, access to roof decks via multiple head houses. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking and loading requirement. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking and loading. No loading area has been provided. Article 68, Section 8, additional lot area is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 68, Section 8, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 68, Section 8, the usable open space is insufficient. And Article 68, Section 8, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Joe Handley, McDermott, Quilty, and Miller, counsel for the proponent, Ed Doherty, who is with me. Also with me is David O'Sullivan, who is the project architect. Would you like me to take you through the presentation quickly, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. So by way of background, this site is the former Boston Trolley South Boston Auto premises towards the intersection of Dorchester Street and East 2nd at 515 to 519 East 2nd Street in the Gate of Heaven section of South Boston. The underlying zoning is a multifamily residential under Article 68. The building that is there now is a 2-story industrial building, which is obviously non-conforming and covers most of the site. Approximately 12,852 square feet of land area. What is being proposed is to revitalize the site with an allowed residential use, with a multifamily residential use, with a 5-story building that would include 30 residential units and 35 parking spaces on site. The housing program is intended to be a condominium home ownership program. Madam Chair, I will note, just to go through the bedroom counts for you, this has been carefully revised and processed with the BPDA and the community, which I think reflects the input of the board on other projects to provide, good-sized, family-sized units with ample open space. So we have over 60% of the units are 3- and 2-bedroom units. There are 6 3-bedroom units. There are 12 2-bedroom units, and there are 12 1-bedroom units. No studios. The open space program for this has also been designed with a post-COVID world kind of vision, if you will. Over 80% of the units have their own dedicated open space. There are 24 balconies, roof decks, and patios. And if you look at the plans, they are relatively small in size so that you don't have huge gatherings, but it gives enough for the unit owners to have some respite and a reasonable amount of open space.
So, Councilor, tell us about the average square footage for the 3s, the 2s, and the 1s.
Yes, David O'Sullivan, can you speak to that, please?
Yes, our 1-bedrooms run from about just over 700 to about 9. The 2-bedrooms are the front 2-bedrooms, smallest one in the front right corner, which is just under 1,000 square feet. The other 2 bedrooms are larger, and then the 3 bedrooms are all like 1,400 or more.
Okay, and also...
Can Colette scroll through the drawings so we can see all of them?
Sure. So they stack until you get to the top floor where we have 2 large 3 bedrooms in the back there.
And tell us about how many of these, affordables.
So the affordable program is, of the bedroom count or the total units it's 4 affordable units, and that's broken down between 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 2 1-bedrooms, ma'am.
Okay, and tell us about the roof decks.
So you'll see on the roof plan, Madam Chair, these are relatively small. I think they're around 12 by 12. You'll see in the measurements. And this is very much intended to be, originally we had larger roof decks. One is to not, to be respectful of our surrounding neighbors, but also to provide space that, doesn't encourage collective gathering and the like, and is appropriate for sort of future-proofing after the COVID world that we're in. So you'll see them there. There are 6. They each have their own individual entrance from the units. And they are intended to be sort of pods, if you will, for those, for those units.
How are they accessed?
Each has a private stair from the unit, and they're centered in the middle of the building to keep them away from the edges.
Yep. As you go down the building, Madam Chair.
So they are head houses up there. We're going to see 6 head houses?
Correct. And that's the relief that also is being sought. Now, this building, as Mr. Sullivan said, we process this pretty closely with BPDA Design Article 80 review.
Well, I understand. So let's go to the parking and talk us through the parking.
Yeah, so there are 35 spaces. We are requiring relief for design maneuverability due to the stacker component of componentry, which Mr. Sullivan can speak to. What's required is 39 spaces, so we're only 4 off. And because this is a condo building with generously sized units, Madam Chair, we expect that the parking will be utilized. David, you want to speak to the program?
Our handicap spaces to the right, and on the left, we have single spaces along the edge. There's a couple tandems on the right, back behind the handicap. Then we have 4 regular spaces, and then we've done stackers along the back, 10 spaces, so.
Okay. And Colette, can you scroll so we can see what it might look like from the ground, from street view?
Yeah, the first building slide show you, Colette, the elevations from the front. If you go all the way back, that is the left elevation, right? So more. If you go one, there you go. So, Madam Chair, you can see the front elevation. That's a view looking down from the intersection of Dorchester Street and East 2nd. You can see in the front section that this building has been deliberately designed to set back with a front courtyard, right? We are modal for the most part, we're modal for the main entry, which is compliant with zoning. And then we've set back even further to 6 feet for that kind of robust courtyard that allows for a widened sidewalk and provides relief for our neighbors. As you go back to the side elevations, the building also then cuts into the middle and becomes narrower in order to provide more relief to our neighbors and less lot coverage. And that was a deliberate move that resulted as a result of the extensive public outreach support and Article 80 approval through the BPDA. And if you see the overall site kind of bird's eye plans, you'll see those deliberate setbacks on the side where the balconies are.
Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans are good. They do show the head houses for the discussion. Counselor, could you just explain to me, or Mr. O'Sullivan, to the right of this image, what is the rear abutter? Because I understand there is a grade change in the site. Can you just explain to me, because it's not shown and maybe it's off the page. I just want to understand where we fall as it relates to the rear abutter parcel.
Mr. O'Sullivan, you're on mute. There you go.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yep.
The site does go up as we go to the back, and the garage is fully buried at the back, meaning those back units at the first residential have it on the roof of the garage is at grade. And then there's this retaining wall going up back about, as you can see there in the graphic section. And then there's a backyard for the existing units up on Broadway. What street is that? The other street, sorry.
Person, yeah.
Yeah, so there's a backyard there.
Yeah, so in the back, Mr. Robinson, is to the back left is the post office, South Boston Post Office building with a sort of a vast asphalt lot that down into a pretty steep grade change from basically the beginning of our property line at the rear. And then towards the back to the right, there are residences that we have engaged with who have submitted letters of support, and I believe are speaking in support as well.
So what is the rear yard that you're proposing?
So the rear yard is 9 feet 6, which is even further mitigated by, again, that change in grade. What is required is 20, but that's also combined with a compliant side yard, which is, the side yard requirement is 3, And we are more than that in several instances, and then compliant in others if you look at how we've set the building back in sections. So it's not an aggressive lot coverage, to say the least.
Okay, so let's go on. Any other questions from the board?
Is there an elevator in the building?
Yes.
So I see the 6 head houses for the access to the decks. Where's the head house for the,
On this section that you see on this side elevation, that white box right there is the elevator penthouse.
Okay, so here's my question. Is there a way, there's an awful lot of activity on the roof. Is there a way to redesign it in such a way to minimize the number of head houses?
It's really a matter of how they have to connect into the units. The front head houses, we have those 2 combined for those 2 decks, if you go to the roof plan, but the other 4 in the back, we can't connect them to the layout of the unit underneath.
Mr. Robinson, do you see, it seems, okay, now I see where the elevator is over there, yeah. I don't know.
Mr. Early, Mr. Early,
is there a way to consolidate some of this?
Or move to I think a hatch type. What I was getting at is exactly what Mr. Ehrlich's getting at in terms of, I was trying to understand what the rear abutter would be looking at. I know the elevation change, and I know those are about 3+ family, but I just want to understand. So I agree, if those head houses could be reduced to a hatch, I think that might be a better aesthetic for the rear abutting neighbors, if that's possible. So I'm thinking the same thing, Mr. Early.
Yep.
May I add, Madam Chair, just, obviously we are trying, this is not, these head houses are not something that didn't undergo pretty extensive architectural urban planning and design. And we're really trying to.
Mr. Hanley.
Yep.
I just want to make sure that you understand from us what our position, and because I think you've heard from us before.
Yep. I'd like to think that we responded.
Well, yes, it's an improvement over time. So we're looking forward to seeing the next one with just arches, So in the meantime, let me go and see who's here to speak.
Madam Chair, before you go to testimony, Mr. D'Amico has spoken on this one, 515 East 2nd Street. He said, once again, several of the stackers proposed have limited maneuverability. In his opinion, the number of spaces should be reduced to 27. The stacker spaces numbered 20S, 21S, 22S, and 23S could work due to the amount of area in front of the parking machinery.
Okay, so given that, so let's just go forward, and is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board. Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Calderon from the Clerk's office. The council would like to go on record in support to a good community process for both sides between the neighbors and the development team, which led to decrease from 40 units down to 30 units while maintaining 35 parking spaces. Adjustments were also made after feedback from abutters on the balconies, windows, and buildings to increase the rear yard setback. This willingness to work with neighbors has also led to support from the abutters and the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office. Would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of City Council at-large Michael Flaherty. The council's position on Article 68 variances, particularly in residential projects, has been clear. However, there are times that variances sought may be considered a substantial hardship. The project seeking to convert and revitalize an existing non-conforming repair garage and trolley storage facility that's surrounded by asphalt surface into a 5-story, 30 homeownership unit building with 35 off-street parking spaces. The project went through an extensive community process and garnered support as well as from the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association. Therefore, the council would defer to the board interpreting the laws pertaining to hardships. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have two raised hands.
Thank you.
Hi, Jimmy?
Yeah, hi, my name's Jimmy Conroy. I'm speaking on behalf of my wife, Mary, and I. We are direct abutters to the project at 34 Emerson Street. We just wanted to go on record and thank the developer for working with us over the last couple of months, and we are here to voice our support for the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and Scott, you've been unmuted?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm here to speak on behalf of my wife, Ashley, and I. We're direct abutters in the rear, and I want to go on record and support. We appreciate all the community engagement out of the developers. Their communication has been great and really helped us get comfortable with the project. We're excited to get rid of the trolley, so we support.
Okay, just out of curiosity, where are the trolleys going, or where have they gone? Trolley storage and repair. Mr. Kenley, do you know where the trolley repair has gone?
No, I do not know where they're relocating to. The seller is, also the operator for the South Boston Auto, which is also going away.
Okay. So given all this information, may I have a motion, please?
Yeah, this seems like a very good project. I'll make a motion to approve with two provisos. One is a BPDA design review that would include replacing the head houses with a hatch, and the other is BTD review to determine what's the appropriate parking design.
Is there a second?
I would second that. During the time. Oh, Eric, sorry.
Go ahead. No, I just had a quick question on that. I mean, the project was taken through the community with 35 parking spots. So, Mr. Ehrlich, I just wanted to clarify, you're not asking for a reduction in parking or anything. You're saying they need to hold the 35. They just need to get it approved with BTD. Is that correct?
Well, that's why I suggested BTD review. I don't know if they can. That's the problem.
As I'm looking at this plan, I think they have the ability to rework this, and I know this is, so I guess I was just want to make sure we were holding the number of parking as proposed with BTD support. So that's fine. Thank you. Sorry.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. And I know the applicant knows that they can come back to us for board final arbiter should there be any change.
Jeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board. Have a good.
I have my name somewhere.
Joe, did you have comment for Jeff?
Yeah, just during the design review, if we can just make sure the facade stays kind of the way it is with the balconies of the building next door, and they had it pulled back very nicely. If we can just make sure that stays like that, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks.
Calling the next case, calling VOA 962-337, 15 Mercer Street. This is changing the occupancy from 2 units to 4 units with extension of living area into the basement. Basement to the fourth apartment. Create a stair outside the rear to enter basement. Violations, Article 27P. This is in the South Boston iPod. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking and loading. Article 68, Section 7.2, basement units are forbidden. 68, Section 8, 68-A3.3, location of the main entrance. In Article 68, Section 8, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Suela Koshi. I'm one of the owners, and 15 Mercer Street, South Boston 02127 is the address.
Go ahead, tell us what you're proposing to do.
Sure. So this building is currently a 3-story and 3-unit. Used to be a 2.5 story. Back in 4 years ago or so, we got permits via going through you guys.
Madam Chair, can I interrupt for just a quick second?
Go ahead.
There was a refusal letter that was updated on November 3rd, so the violations have changed. I need to read the new violation page in.
Thank you. Go ahead.
That whole thing that I just read, disregard. This is a change of article from 2 units to 3 units in basement storage. The violations, Article 27P, which is in the South Boston iPod. Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking is insufficient. And Article 68, additional lot area is insufficient. So everything's pretty much changed.
Okay. Please go ahead. Tell us what you're proposing to do. The applicant, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. This unit, this building used to be a 2.5-story building. We got permits via you guys via the zoning to get an addition, one extra room that made the third story a full story. When we got that permit, I think the parking issue was addressed. We had to go through ZBA. Currently is our owner occupied. My parents that are my other owners, they live there. They never owned a car. They never will own a car at this age. And so we never have an addition in the car numbers in this building as far as we know. The building is insured as a 3 units.
Can you first explain to us how this proposed basement is going to work? Tell us the floor to ceiling height. Tell us how many the square footage of and the height from the floor to the sill. And also keep in mind that the relief goes with the property and not with the owner. So, as you talk through this, kind of keep that in mind too.
Sure. I think as the gentleman explained before, there was update to the project. The basement will be utilized as a storage. So I'm not sure if the plans that you are seeing, this is the first floor, the basement should be just not part of this project. We're just changing the occupancy from 2 to 3 with this application.
So how are you doing that?
So currently, so the basement will be storage. It's there are 3 stores to these building, and the basement is separate. So there are currently floor 1, 2, and 3. So what you see is floor 1, 2, and 3. There are actual units, and the basement is addition. We're not touching the basement.
So is this third unit there already?
Yes, the third unit is there. The 2.5 in the.
So wait a second. So did you come to this board before to change occupancy from a 1 to a 2 or a 2 to a 3?
Historically, in the city of Boston, real estate property taxes, even.
No, I just want to ask about your process with this board. Did you come in to this board to request a change from a 1 to a 2?
Never, because we didn't even know that that was in the book as 2. And until we came across some project and they told you have to change this first before you go here. So that's why we are addressing this now. I mentioned the city of Boston property real estate because they are.
So please just tell us about this proposal. So they look like are they all 1 bedrooms? And what's the square footage?
So all the floors are 1 bedroom, 1 office or closet space as well. It makes for a small bedroom, but it's optional. But 1 bedroom is each floor, 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen, 1 living room, 1 bath. And so each floor has that. The square footage, I believe is around 700 per unit per floor. And that is that the third floor that used to be 0.5. We got 4 years ago a permit to make an addition, so it's now a full unit. Full story.
Okay, hold on. Please just stay up on. Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
I'm confused by the plans. If you scroll down to the first, I believe it says first floor. that floor right there. It's stamped by the ZBA, so I can't tell what that says underneath it. I assume it says first floor, but it's showing proposed light wells on the sidewalk, and the unit is above the sidewalk, so I'm not sure I understand that. And as well, in the rear, it says proposed stair up. So this plan is for a basement unit, but I understand what she's saying. So there's some discrepancy in the drawings that I'm not sure how to respond to, so.
Colette, can you just show us the street view, please, if there is one? I'm sorry, did somebody else have a question? Can the applicant address the issue raised by the architect?
Sure. What you see for plans is actually an old plan. The project plan was updated. There are if you like, I can share you the plans that I've provided, the most recent plan that were provided to
Hold on, may I have a motion for deferral?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please.
I have a date of April 6th at 12:30.
So please, when we do not have updated plans, and we need to clearly understand what the project is. So when you come before the board in April at 12:30, April 6th at 12:30, please also have a view so that we can understand what this looks like from the street, okay? So thank you, see you then.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 107-5706, 22 Rogers Street. This is demolish an existing structure and erect a new 4-story, 4-unit residential building with garage and front rear roof decks. Violations, Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking and loading. Article 68, Section 8, front yards insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, rear yards insufficient. And Article 68, Section 8, additional lot area is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. Madam Chair, members, I'm joined at the hearing by the project architect, Tim Johnson, and by mine and Tim's client, Mary Moore, who is the owner of the property and would be the developer. Mary lives nearby on Ward Street. Madam Chair, members, there's an existing 2.5-story single-family dwelling on the lot, which is at 22 Rogers Street in South Boston, in the Andrews Square area within an MFR multifamily residential zoning district under Article 68. The proposal is to demo the existing building and erect a new 4-story building containing 4 dwelling units. The 4-story building would have garage access from Rogers Street by a new curb cut. There is no parking on Rogers Street. That would be a standard size garage door and a standard 10-foot curb cut. The garage would have parking spaces for 3 vehicles. At the rear of the garage, portion of Unit 2, which is a duplex unit, would be included on that ground floor level. The 4 units are sized as follows. Unit 1 is a 983 square foot 2-bedroom duplex located on floors 2 and 3. Unit 2 is an 856 square feet 2-bedroom duplex located on floors 1 and 2. On the 3rd floor, as well as part of Unit 1, there's also a 507 square foot studio unit. And finally, Unit 4 is a 4-story floor through, a 1,031 square foot 1-bedroom. With respect to the zoning violations, 5 off-street parking spaces are required. As I say, 3 would be provided. The site is located within a 4-minute walk of Andrews Station on the Red Line. There's a front yard setback violation. The building is essentially a modal. The rear yard setback violation owes to a 15-foot required setback, whereas 10-foot setback is being provided. The building is 39 feet, which is compliant with zoning. The FAR is 1.8, which is also compliant with zoning. There's a maximum FAR here of 2.0. There is a 12 by 12 roof deck with hatch access, and there are also solar panels on the roof. With that, I'll pause and take any questions that members may have.
Okay, Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
The plans look good. Counselor, just one quick question. Can you tell me how tall the building is on Rogers Street? Because there is a setback that Rogers Street's a little bit lower and 3-story buildings and some pitch, some flat. And I just wanted to sort of understand the consistency of that street edge.
Certainly. Based on the elevations and the zoning table and the plans, it indicates 40 feet, but the elevations actually indicate 39 feet from median grade on Rogers Street to the top of the roof. As I say, the applicable maximum zoning height in this area is 40 feet.
I'm sorry, I was trying to understand the height of the step back from on your 3rd floor to the 4th floor.
George,
I'm sorry, Tim?
Yes, George, this is Tim Johnson, the project architect. If we go to the elevation, the height to the setback is 30 feet. The building sets back at the 4th floor is 6 feet for a total height of 39 feet.
Understand. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
There also is a, I wouldn't say a lower level bedroom connected to Unit 2. It does appear to open to grade in the back. Just want to make sure the board understands that. It's not a basement unit per se, but it does have a direct door access out to grade in the rear.
Any questions from the board?
Mr. Robinson, let me, I understand that from a zoning perspective, the height is not a problem, that it's 40 feet and that it's the limit and it's 39. But I'm looking at Google Map, I don't see any other 4-story buildings anywhere nearby. And it seems like it would just a little bit stick out like a sore thumb in terms of the height, even if it is zoning compliant. I guess that's both a question for you and for Mr. Moranci.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Ehrlich. That's what I was sort of looking at to make sure. It is, the street does have 3-story and a 4 at the corner, and then the rear abutters on Ward Street, there are some 4-stories, so the rears will be 4-story, but it was my original concern a little bit when I first looked at it, to be honest. But that's why I was trying to understand what the height at the street is and how far it was set back.
And this is Attorney George Moranci. So the location here is one. It's actually on the edge of the growth zone, the Dorchester Avenue growth zone. There are a number of new buildings, both existing, recently approved, and planned for this area. Point being, I think that we will be seeing more 4-story buildings here. The fabric on Rogers Street and the surrounding streets is changing. As I say, this is within planned South Boston Dorchester Avenue. So apart from the underlying MFR zoning, which cites maximum building height of 40 feet, within the plan, this is an H240 proposed district, meaning multifamily housing with an FAR of 2 and a proposed zoning height of 40 feet as well. So it is compliant with respect to height, and as I say, I think gradually what will happen is there will in fact be more 4-story buildings in the area.
Okay.
I got a question. Can we go back to the parking plan, the garage?
Yeah, Colette, can you keep scrolling sort of back and forth through the drawings slowly so that we can see all of them in general? Not just this, but every project.
Okay, so the door in between the 2 parking spots, where does that go? And I'm just concerned that like a car could park in the car if it's not like perfectly aligned to park in front of the door that's opening in.
Yes, this is the architect, Tim Johnson. That's a good point. That was really a service door for access to any trash containers or not trash containers, but any equipment, gardening equipment, anything on the side of the building. We can certainly outswing that door or delete it. It's not required for egress.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I have concerns about that, and the bedroom adjacent to the garage is a little odd, and I'm more like curious than anything. Like, is that safe to have a bedroom on the other side of like a 3-car garage? Well,
the garage elevation is at 22, and then we step up a foot to 23. So that wall between the garage and the bedroom area will have a concrete stem wall that will go up about to elevation 25. So it'll be a impact resistant wall for any car.
Okay, and how about the garage door off of Rogers Street?
It is it's a aluminum frame door with glass panels, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes, Madam Chair, Secretary here. Mr. D'Amico has spoken on this project as well. At Rogers Street, he believes that the number of parking spaces should be reduced to 2 due to the lack of adequate and safe maneuverability.
Okay. Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in support?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office, Neighborhood Services, would like to go on record in support and also note that the Andrew Square Civic Association unanimously supported this as well. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, members of the board, Anna Council's office, the councilor would like to go on record in support based on feedback from neighbors in the Andrew Square Civic Association who supported this project unanimously at their January meeting.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Anissa Asabi George's office. Would like to echo the sentiments of the mayor's office and also Councilor Flynn's office and support this project. Thank you.
I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve with BPDA design review.
And BTD review?
BTD and BTD review.
I second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Calling BOA 113-4876, 10 Woodville Park. This is the combined lot 5100 of 1,899 square feet with lot 48,000 of 1,659 square feet to become one lot of 3,559 square feet. Erect a 2-story addition and change the occupancy from a 1-family to a 2-family. The violations, Article 50, Section 44.2, the front model alignment of the block has not been met. Article 50, Section 29, the lot area for additional dwelling units is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, the usable open requirements is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29, the rear yard setback is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Gregory Hobson, 10 Woodville Park, Roxbury, Massachusetts.
So please explain to us what you're proposing to do.
What I'm proposing to do is just add change the occupancy from 1 to 2, attaching it, installing a garage in between to offset the parking, and putting up a approximately 1,200 square foot unit, which will have 2 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and a kitchen, of course.
So what I'm trying to understand is that, were these 2 separate lots, or are you taking a lot from something else to create this lot?
There are 2 lots. There are 2 lots as of now. And then I was looking to just combine them and add on.
Oh, I see. So you're at the end of that cul-de-sac. And so you're proposing to just add to that existing building? Is that what you're proposing to do?
Yes, ma'am.
I see. Okay. Okay, so how are the plans, Mr. Roberts?
The plans are good.
Mr. Hobson, what is the square footage of each unit?
My unit is currently 1,800 square feet, and the other unit will be 1,279 square feet.
Okay, and tell us about the rear yard. What size of the rear yard you're proposing?
Yard setbacks off a little bit. I think I have 14 feet on the left side, and I'm sorry, my architect couldn't make it today, and 10 feet on the other side of the lot. Reason being is because when DS and I built the back lot, they put the fence at a slant.
I see, okay. So this is rear of Moreland, okay. Okay, and the modal, tell us about how the parking is proposed to work.
Okay, so there's going to be a two-car garage. We've never had a problem with parking down here.
Yeah.
There's a garage that's going to fit two, and then on the right with the new addition, there'll be a small driveway, which will be roughly 8 feet wide.
And are you proposing dormers on the existing building too?
No, ma'am.
No, those are all existing. Okay, how are the?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Robinson, the plans are good?
Yes.
Any questions from the board?
Is that a pitched roof on the building on the right? Is that what that's trying to draw?
It is. It's a pitch
Okay,
roof.
sorry.
Oh, so the architect is Harry McGonigal, okay? Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. An abutters meeting was held on December 16, 2020, and it was well received by the residents. Therefore, the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support.
Madam Chair, I have no other raised hands.
Motion, please.
Approved with BPDA design proviso. I do think there needs to be a little bit of work with the roof lines, but I'm sure the BPDA can handle that. So,
Thank you.
I'll second
Is there a second?
Yep,
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the last case for 9:30, calling BOA 113-1824, 1785 Columbus Avenue. This is a change of art to include 2,600 square feet of clinic on level 3. The violation is Article 55, Section 22. The use of a clinic is conditional. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Barry Bach. I'm the CEO with Boston Healthcare for the Homeless program. Our business address is 780 Albany Street in Boston, 02118. Shall I go through the what our proposal is briefly?
Tell us about 1785 Columbus Ave. Do you guys run this space in the entire building, or are you just looking to add the clinic at the third level?
So it's the latter. So we are, the building is co-owned, and we are partnering with Horizons for Homeless Children. The total building is 139,000 square feet. Horizons for Homeless Children has 45,000 square feet, and they asked us to operate a clinic adjacent to it. So we would only be in operation of the 2,600 square feet of the clinic space.
So this is by Jackson Square.
Exactly, yes.
The building that's almost complete.
Correct, that's right.
Okay. And tell us about the clinic. How many rooms will you, how many staff are you anticipating?
Sure, thank you for that question. So we're looking at 6 exam rooms and a total staff at any given time of approximately 5. And as you can imagine, it'll be physicians and nurses and mental health clinicians. The overall concept is that there are roughly about 250 children who will be utilizing Horizons. The children and their families are experiencing homelessness, and as you can imagine, many are in crisis. And so we're primarily really looking to serve the children and their families who are utilizing Horizons. And so the type of medicine we'll be providing is really pretty bread and butter in terms of doing pediatric care and adult care, both for mental health services and primary care or episodic care.
Okay. And again, how many examining rooms did you say you will have?
You know, I'm joined by our architect, Chris Scoville. Chris, and I'm wondering whether I'm misrepresenting. Is it 5 or 6 exam rooms? Chris, are you able to join?
Okay.
I'm not sure if Chris is unmuted or not.
Okay. Okay, okay,
Muted, I'm sorry.
I think you can hear me now, and Barry, I'm sorry to tell you, you only have 3 exam rooms and not 5.
That's right.
But there are two behavioral health rooms for counseling, and then a case management room in addition to the 3 examinations.
okay. And case management will be coordinated with Horizon.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are great.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Lizzie Santana from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. And a butters meeting was held on December 16th, 2020. The neighborhood has been very supportive with this proposal. They also received the support from the Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council, so the Mayor's Office would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
And we had also submitted 6 letters of support.
Hold on. Anybody else?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Nisa Wasabi George's office. We'd like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of City Councilor at Large Michael Flaherty, the council would like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no hands.
Madam Chair, Secretary, here we have 6 letters of support.
Okay. I'm wondering if this one needs to be to this petitioner only. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve, with the proviso that this is for this petitioner only.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
The meeting is now adjourned. We will reconvene at 12:30. Thank you. To the Board of Appeal. It is now 12:30. We now have a 7-member board. Mr. Mr. Legris has joined us. So we are ready to go. Mr. Fortune?
Sure, Madam Chair. I'm going to call the 12:30s. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30 only, not 1 o'clock, 12:30? So if you could just give me an address, I'd appreciate it.
Good afternoon, 47 Condor Street.
Sure. Thank you. For the record, calling, let's find it here. Calling BOA 111007, 47 Condor Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Laureen Scatino from Richard Linz's office with a business address of 245 Center Street in East Boston. We're seeking a short deferral for 47 Condor Street in order to have ISD review plans. We plan on lowering the height and reducing some units.
And is this your second request for a deferral?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please?
We'll have a date of April 6th at 12:30.
Thank you.
Any other deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30 cases?
17-33 Winter Street, Mr. Secretary.
For the record, calling BOA 1002790, 17-33 Winter Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Matt Eckel with Drago Toscano with business address of 11 Beacon Street. As is noted on the agenda, we have submitted already a letter to withdraw this application, so we're seeking to formally do that now.
We'll make a motion for denial without prejudice.
Second, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Any other deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30 cases? Is Danny Road on? Mr. Barry, are you moving forward with Danny Road? Madam Ambassador, can you unmute Mr. Barry?
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barry, you moving forward with Danny Road?
I don't see their name. Are they this link or attendees? Because I don't see them in there.
I think he's frozen. I don't think it's working.
Okay.
He has a connection problem. You want to hold it until?
Yeah, I'll hold off on that. Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 12:30?
Yes, one for 4 Danny Road, for 30 hearing.
Hold on a second, calling it to the record.
We are not. We're moving to defer on that.
Yes, on 4 Danny Road. For the record, calling BOA 1056275 4 Danny Road. Name and address for the record, please. Sounds like we're having some issues here.
Let's move on the agenda. We can always come back.
Yep. Calling the first case for 12:30. First two cases, calling BOA 114-9984, 19 Buttonwood Street. There was a companion case, BOA 114-9985, 21 Buttonwood Street. Madam Chair, the purpose and violations are both the same, so I'm going to call it once into the record. Renovation of existing two-family dwelling to increase occupancy to a three-family building, which will coincide with identical renovation at 21 Buttonwood. Violations, Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking and loading. Article 65, Section 9, additional lot area is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the usable open space is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. And Article 65, the rear yard is insufficient. As I said, both violations and purposes for both projects are the same. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small, for business address of P1 Dobson Road in Braintree, Mass. With me today is Mr. Joshua Weil, who is the principal at Elevated Corporation. Today we are here seeking relief to change the occupancy of the buildings from a two-family to a three-family dwelling by creating a third floor addition on each of the buildings. Each unit will consist of 2 beds, 2 baths. Unit 1 will be approximately 963 square feet. Unit 2 will be approximately 1,050 square feet. Unit 3, 1,097 square feet. The zoning sub-district is a 3FD 2000. And on 21 Buttonwood Street, our lot size is 1,740 square feet. And on 19 Buttonwood Street, our lot size is 1,410 square feet. The violations, with regard to FAR, required FAR for 21 Buttonwood is 1.8. Buttonwood, required FAR is 1.3, and our proposal. With regard to the dimensional violation, Madam Chair, the side setback requirement is 5 feet. But, well, it's a pre-existing non-conforming at 0. The rear yard requirement is 15 feet. Again, we have 2 feet, 4 inches, which also is a pre-existing non-conforming. The site comes with, it has 3 parking spaces that are existing. And we are in talks with a small parcel of land next to the property to acquire that for additional parking. We are proposing a roof deck, which will be set back approximately 6 feet from the front of the property and will be accessed by a hatch. There is no living space in the basement, no bedrooms, no living space. The basement will be deeded storage and for mechanicals. We have worked very closely with Columbia Savin Hill Civic Association with regard to the design. What we did at their request was we removed the rear decks and we removed a couple of the windows in the rear of the property as there were abutters in the rear who were concerned with privacy. I'll stop there, and Joshua and I can answer any questions.
Colette, can you please show us the street view? Mr. Small, you're kind of breaking up. You're not coming across clear. So what I need to understand is the 3FD district was created to respect the triple-decker quality of certain neighborhoods. Yeah. So can you tell us how this will enhance that?
Yes. Currently, the properties are 2 levels. They're 2 decks. And we're seeking to create the additional unit by adding an additional floor to both of the sites to create triple-decker. There are triple-deckers all along the streetscape on Buttonwood Street, and I don't Colette has that.
Okay. Is there something you can do about your audio? In the meantime, Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
I don't know if that's the audio manager.
You're on mute. Sorry, you would think I'd know that by now too. So the drawings look good. There are roof decks. They are directly accessed from the upper level units through stairs, independent stairs, and there is a hatch.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, just noting that with regard to the streetscape, This is as Mr. Small said, a 2-level, and actually making 3-level brings it more in line with the street context, so that's a good thing.
Thank you. Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, and now Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This went through a community process last October with an abutters meeting held online due to the COVID pandemic. They also met with the Columbia Savin Hill Civic Association to support this proposal. The only concerns raised during the meeting were the rear decks, which the applicant has agreed to remove. And he's worked with the fellow abutters on some design concerns. Outside of that, we would just ask that they continue to work with the neighbors throughout this process, and we'd ask for continued BPDA design review, but we'd like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Councilor, Frank Baker's office, we'd like to go on record in support of the project.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Sabi George's office would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second, Carrick.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, Mr. Small.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, have a good day.
Calling the next case, calling VOA 114-1981, 15 Baird Street. This is a proposed three-family. The violation is Article 60, Section 9. Lot area is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Stuart Schreier, representing Slivo. His company is called Cindy and Company. In regard to this application, my client intends to build a three-family house. We have one single item that we don't meet, which is lot area. It's an 80-foot deep lot by 50 feet wide. We have a nice wide lot. We can have a driveway. We have 3 parking spaces, and units, which are important to the board, are going to be about 1,120 square feet. They're going to be 3-bedroom units, nice family-sized units. Mr. Vo builds beautiful homes. He's built a couple of homes over on Wilson Street. Really a credit to the neighborhood where he builds.
So a couple of questions, Mr. Schreier. Any basement living, and are there roof decks proposed?
There is no basement living. If you look at, there's a plan sheet A2, which shows no basement. Nothing in the basement. There are no proposed roof decks. And there's one last thing I'd like to add. There's 12 three-deckers on this street, and the only other house on the street is a 4-family.
Okay.
It fits in perfectly with the neighborhood, too.
Okay, and can you see a rendering of this, please, Colette?
Mr. Schreier, are these rental or condo?
As of now, I have to assume that they're going to be for rental. That's what he's done with his other units. I don't believe that he has any intention to make them into condos. He has built houses and he's rented them out.
How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans look good.
Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Whitney Celestin here with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I held 2 abutters meetings for this property, and we'd like to go on the record in support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review.
Second.
Favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, John Barry is back on. I don't know if for the deferral, I don't know if you need him to wait.
Let's go for it.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me correctly now?
Yep.
I apologize. I've been having some issues with my internet at my house. The project that I'm looking to...
Let me just call it, Mr. Barry, let me call it to the record real quick, and then we can talk. Calling BOA 105-6275 4 Danny Road. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. John D. Barry, the law office is John D. Barry at 400 Granite Ave in Milton, Mass. 02186. We're requesting a deferral on this project. It's still in the middle of the community process. Due to some miscommunication, it was scheduled today by accident, so we're looking for a deferral date. I'm hopeful that we'll be done with our community process by that date.
Motion for deferral.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The date, please.
You'll have a date of April 6th at 12:30.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 113-0282, 25 Vassar Street. This is a new multifamily 4-unit dwelling. Violation Article 65, Section 41, parking is insufficient. Article 65, Section 8, a multifamily is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, the lot area is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, lot width is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor to area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 65, Section 9, front yards insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, rear yards insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9.2, dimensional regulations, the location of the front entrance, main entrance. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Alec Benelli from Pulgini and Norton with the business address of 10 Forbes Road on behalf of the property owners. And with me today is Peter Vanko, the architect.
So tell us what's being proposed.
Yes, Madam Chair, we're here today seeking variances for 25 Vassar in Dorchester in order to erect a new 3-family residence with 4 off-street parking spaces on the 3,436 square foot lot, which is in a 2F 5,000 zoning subdistrict. The violations that we are seeking variances for today are Article 65, Section 8, use regulations. It being in a 2F 5,000 zoning subdistrict, 3 families are not an allowed use.
Sorry, please forgive me. So you were advertised as 4 units, you're down to 3. How have your violations changed?
The only violation that we don't currently have is a insufficient parking, but the parking still has a design and maneuverability violation, but all the other violations remain the same.
Okay. So, so please talk us through, are these 1, 2, 3 bedrooms? What's going on?
Yes. So the current property is in a state of disrepair, and the new property owners intend to demolish it in order to build a 3-family residence. The units will be, Unit 1 is a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, 1,475 square foot unit. Unit 2 is a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom, 1,115 square foot unit, and Unit 3 is a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1,486 square foot unit. Throughout the community process, we reduced the unit count from 4 to 3, eliminating the unit in the basement at the request of the neighborhood.
Oh, I think they might have read our minds.
I think so.
So tell us, how, if there are any roof decks proposed and how the parking is proposed to work.
Yes. So there are no roof decks proposed. There is outdoor space, as you can see on the current slide there. There's a nice deck at the corner for this uniquely shaped lot. The parking is on the ground level. It's all internal to the building. Due to the size and the shape of the lot, there is a maneuverability variance that we are seeking today. There's 4 spaces, which is sufficient to meet the zoning requirement for the number of spaces. But as I said, it is tight, and that's due to the shape and size of the lot.
Madam Chair, I'm just looking at the drawings that Colette's showing. Are these the right drawings? Because it's just a unit 4 labeled.
These are not the right drawings, no.
So which unit has been eliminated?
So I apologize for this, and if it's more appropriate to seek a deferral at this point, I do understand that.
Does Mr. Robinson have the right drawings?
No, I would request a deferral if we can, because I can't, I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know which unit.
I'll make a motion to defer.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
April 6th at 12:30.
We're gonna be a long day that day, huh, Mr. Fortune?
We're just moving on to the next one. Next day will be April 27th. so-
Okay,
All right, we're gonna
I do apologize for that.
no problem.
Thank you.
Calling BOA 106-8978 43 Freeport Street. This is a change of occupancy to include a cannabis establishment at ground floor. Violations, Article 65, Section 15, a cannabis establishment is conditional. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board. This is Mike Ross with business address of One International Place. We have here is 43 Freeport Street, a conditional use permit request to change the, change the occupancy for cannabis establishment. There is no buffer use, buffer issue on this application. There is no half-mile other establishment or 500-foot school within that area. It's just a straight use on the conditional use permit. What we have is an 18,000 square foot building on a 15,000 plus square foot lot. And the plan is to put the cannabis establishment on the first floor, on the ground floor, entirely. The ground floor will also be shared with a lobby that would give access to the rest of the building. There currently are no other tenants in the building, but the other tenants would be on the second and third floor. This is in a local industrial sub-district of the Dorchester neighborhood district, and it's surrounded by other commercial properties. If you keep scrolling, I can give you a sense of what it is we're trying to do here. This is the existing building, and the facility would be located, as I mentioned, on that ground floor. You will enter it from the rightmost side of the ground floor. And the parking, there's a total of 24 parking spaces that have been committed to through the lease, which is a 10-year lease. I can show you this is the site plan that gives you a sense of the building, but I can show you a floor plan on the next slide to kind of walk you through the operation. This is a good slide to just pause it for 1 second. These are both the same floor plan. The one on the left is a little more detailed. It has more camera and security put into it. So if you look at the floor plan on the right, what you're looking at there is along the right-hand side of the building. That's the Freeport Street side. That's where you'll enter through that upper right corner to access waiting room, basically, to get in, and then the retail area. So the pink area is the area that's available for the public. All the other areas, the purple and the gray, that's secured areas, fulfillment. You'll notice it says staff entry at the top of the building. So that staff entry will also serve for loading on the building. There is also a public restroom coming off that retail as well. There's a better, the next slide shows you a nice rendering of how it all comes together. This is an elevation. Let me pause there for 1 second. The left side shows you the front elevation from Freeport Street. Again, you'll enter on that rightmost door. These other windows and doors will be not operational, and they'll instruct to go to the rightmost door. The side view, the north view, shows the entrance for deliveries and employees. And then there's a rendering, I think, on the last page here. It just gives you a sense of how it'll all come together.
So tell us about the hours of operation, the number of staff, people you're anticipating, and how much will be online?
This is an equity applicant. The applicant is from Dorchester, Brian Chavez. The number of employees will be approximately 15. We went through these items before the Boston Cannabis Board, which approved the applicant on October 21st of 2020. The hours of operations will be from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. And there was a kind of a vigorous community process where they went through these items with the community and the Dorchester community.
So tell us, is this every day of the week?
Yes, that is 7 days a week, Madam Chair.
7 days, okay. And then again, tell us how you will deal with overflow.
Yeah, the benefit of this site is that there's ample parking. The parking goes beyond the actual site. The property owner, Bob Susie, actually owns an abutting site as well. So there's an opportunity for additional parking. Like I said, that we have 24 spaces available to us. The 4,000 square foot floor plan is I would say probably on the larger size of the applicants that have come before you. I think you've seen a number of 1,500s and 2,000s and maybe 2,500s, and that should allow for ample queuing, and I don't think you'll see lines out the door here or anything like that. We have a very large waiting room area with around 650 square feet, and then an additional around 1,700 square feet for the floor area, the retail area.
Can we see Mr. Chavez? Because I notice you're on. Since you are an applicant, we'd like to see you on this. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
You're on mute, Mr. Robinson.
Sorry, the plans are good.
Yep, okay. Any questions from the board?
Can you address security for the facility?
Yeah, I think if you go up to the floor plan page, there you go. I think that's a pretty good way to go. So as you can see, all the, I guess, diamonds, you can zoom in on the leftmost, represent security cameras. There is not 1 square inch of the facility that isn't under camera observation. And you see that most in the secure areas, in fact, because of the vaults and because of the separated rooms. The access doors, there is no direct access to the facility without being approved first. This is an adult use cannabis facility. You must be 21 years to enter. It's not a situation like a liquor store where you can just walk in and get a bag of chips if you're not. There will be security at the front vestibule, ensuring that people who do enter are 21 and older, are not inebriated, have not been somehow banned from the facility or not inappropriately present, or were not there previously that same day looking to purchase beyond what's allowed by the CCC, by the state commission. It's extremely regulated.
So hold on. I think one of the things is to ask to respond to, I think, Jean, you might be asking this, is will there be a security guard or a security person presence there?
There will be. There will be security staff on site, a minimum of 1 person at all times. But in the early days when we first opened, there'll be more staff on site. We'll also be working with the Boston Police Department in the event there's any desire for the area captain to request additional details or any of those things. Those are all things that we would be doing.
Mr. Ross, what about security in the outside? Obviously, you've got cameras all over the inside, but what is the security plan on the outside? I know that there's allocated parking spaces in the lease, as you mentioned, but there's additional parking. Obviously, when there's no other tenants in the building, that's one situation. But what about when there are other occupants in the building?
Yeah. Monitoring external activity of customers who would be customers, is essential to the operation. It's a commitment that we made to the Boston Cannabis Board and to the public that there won't be any on-site consumption of cannabis at any time. That could put us in trouble with the city of Boston, but could also jeopardize our state license as well and our state approvals.
No, I appreciate that, but what is the plan for the exterior?
It's to be monitored by cameras. It's also to be monitored by personnel. So you'll have our security team not only inside the building, but also outside the building. That person who's in that vestibule will play a critical role of keeping an eye on the outside, monitoring activity around the perimeter of the building. There's a redundant ID check internal to the building before you purchase your cannabis as well. So you have 2 ID checks inside the building, but you're also going to have security outside the building.
So when we're talking about the vestibule of this plan that I'm looking at right now, is that the white area that exposes the front entry door to the outside where the staircase is located? Or are you talking about the area when you enter the actual facility?
Yeah, upper right-hand corner of that plan right there, where you enter the security, enter the building. The white area below is a shared lobby for the building itself, and there's no access to the facility from the lobby.
Councilor, just one question. At the end of the night, does the product stay in the retail area or does it go back into the vault?
It goes back into the vault. We're anticipating maybe three deliveries over the course of the week. So at any one time, there's obviously valuable product on site, but it's limited. It's not, you're not walking into a, it's what you're going to be able to sell over the course of the week. And so what we're talking about.
My concern was if product is left after hours in the retail area and there's all that like glass windows and glass doors while they're not being used.
Yeah.
In theory, someone could break them and do a quick grab and go, but everything's in the vault, then
Understood.
Again, they wouldn't be able to get anything. So
Yes, understood, Mr. Ruggiero. So all that product will be returned to the vault at the end of the night. To the extent there's any product out there, this is not the type of place that you walk in and grab things off the wall. Everything will be fulfilled by personnel that will bring it to you at the point of purchase. The customer is not going to be pulling things and putting into a basket. It doesn't work like that. There are display cases and there are opportunities to kind of look at things. But for the most part, the question was asked earlier, what percentage is online? We're seeing approximately 50% or more of people ordering ahead of time using their iPhones. It's because sometimes the product isn't available and people are very specific with what they want and they know what they want. And so they're going online, they're making their orders, and they're fulfilling their orders at the point of purchase. They're not walking in. There are some people who have questions and we're prepared to help them with those questions, and there'll be personnel on site to help. But it's a very closed loop purchasing experience.
Mr. Ross, you anticipate that once the pandemic is over, that online number would drop? That people might just go browsing?
No, I think what we've seen even before the pandemic is a very informed customer who knows exactly what they want. And maybe when it first came out, I think there was a little bit more, tell me about this, but I think for the most part, the customer is extremely informed, very much online and going in. The current numbers, I think, are very reduced. They're below than 25%. What's currently allowed due to the governor's pronouncement. I think that's starting to be loosened. In any case, it's below the reduced numbers. By the time this facility were to be built out, we're talking months from now. Hopefully we're outside of the COVID restrictions. We do, there's more. I think the bigger factor, Mr. Ehrlich, is more of these are being permitted, not just in Boston, but throughout the Commonwealth. And so you're starting to see lower numbers, 200, 250, is what you're seeing now. It used to be 350 or more over the course of a very busy day if everything was normal in a pre-COVID environment. You're starting to see those numbers drop, and you're starting to see the industry normalize, extremely regulated and hard to get more, getting harder and harder to get kind of on the street because of the legal sale of these in facilities.
But the question, and this is not related to really this location or this business, but the question becomes how much higher is the price point in the store versus on the street? Because I think our whole goal is to kind of, our eventual goal is to decrease the number of street transactions.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the goal of why the people who put this forward in the first place, back in 2014 for medical and 2006 or 2012 for medical and 2016 for adult use. And that is happening. We've seen that in other states. We've seen that in Colorado. We've seen that, you're now seeing a number of states, maybe more than half the United States, having some sort of legal regime in place. I think the numbers are in the 30s now in the country. So it's like alcohol. I'm sure in the 1930s, people were still selling them.
I mean, I didn't mean to open this, but I get it. Okay, any other questions from the board?
I not to belabor this a little bit, I have just 3 quick questions. I'm a little bit interested in I've lived in Dorchester 20 years. I know this site very well. Exterior lighting and just parking lot lighting, is that something that's under consideration? 2, what is the exterior upgrades? I see in the renderings, it looks like it's getting maybe painted and some window adjustments, which is great. And then 3, I just want to make sure we're not considering putting grates on the window or any of that nature, building on the security discussion.
Yeah, understood. There will be a significant upgrade of your outside experience, as well as, I would say, some of the glazing and the window treatments. They'll maintain substantially as they are. There will not be any grates at all on these windows. You'll see some external plantings and planter boxes. You'll see a repaved and restriped parking area. If you went to the existing conditions picture, photographs there, you can see how it's a little bit kind of tired looking. I mean, no disrespect to the owner of the property. I think it's untenanted, and so the idea is to, actually that building on the right, Mr. Robinson, is going to be demolished. It's off property, but it is owned by the same owner. So for purposes of zoning, it does merge. That building there's a plan to demolish that building, repave the area, allow for more parking, not just for our use, but for the other tenants who will ultimately come to this building. I'm told that the abutters of this property, these other commercial properties, are looking forward to this use and to this building being functioning again and being active again to bring activity and energy to this industrial section of Dorchester.
Thank you. Okay, so it sounds like, should this be approved, we need a screening and buffering and a lighting plan.
Not to belabor the security issue, I think for the size of the facility and the lot, the possibility of one security personnel checking in people, monitoring cameras internal and external in the external parking lot seems insufficient, at least at the beginning.
Yeah, I'm happy to, Ankur Rangpur and Brian Chavez will ultimately be the people responsible to operate the facility. I'm happy to have them speak a little bit to that. We did go through an entire Boston Cannabis Board hearing, and a big component of that was related to the security. 4,000 square feet. I didn't want to give you the impression that this is like a superstore. It's not, most of these are around the 5,000 mark throughout Massachusetts, just Boston.
Hold on, Councillor. So I think Jean is asking an important question, is how is the Cannabis Board monitoring your facility on all the elements that were included in your application, security, et cetera, et cetera? How are you being monitored by them?
I know that Attorney Hawkins is on the call. They have a yearly reporting period. Actually, they have I think they have every 3-month reporting period, but they have a yearly license reporting period. We have documents that we've submitted to the board that are dozens of pages, if not sometimes hundreds of pages.
No, I get it. Leslie, are you on?
I am, Chairwoman. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you for your submittals whenever we get these applications. But what we need to understand is that, in fact, there's some monitoring mechanism, because a report is a report. However, how do you hear or get a sense of something that's not working quite right? Because we know that it's a difficult position to put ISD and ISD monitoring in the middle of all of this. So can you speak to that a little bit?
Absolutely. And I think that was, in addition to being charged with equity, I think that was one of the important components of the ordinance establishing the board. Just like the licensing board and the licensed premise inspection unit of the Boston Police Department oversee liquor stores and restaurants, the Boston Cannabis Board functions in the same way. So in addition to reviewing and granting these applications pending, obviously, any zoning relief and state approval, we also serve as the regulatory function, conducting routine inspections and also responding to complaints. And because we do issue a physical license, we can suspend that license for cause after a hearing, just as we would for a liquor store or a restaurant not complying with any of the applicable regulations.
And I think the second question, now that we have you, is that I know the last time we had a meeting and we had an applicant, it was the one, I think it's a Walter Street address in Rosendale. We needed them to come back a year after they've opened, and I know that's the second one we've asked to check in. Does your office keep track of those?
Absolutely. So after they're granted a license by the Cannabis Board, assuming should they obtain relief from this board and go through the CCC approval, they then have to submit a number of documents to actually be issued a license. So we monitor that and regroup with them, the Boston Police Department, and other stakeholders before the actual opening of any establishment. Then they're also subject to an annual renewal process where they have to demonstrate to the board that they, in writing, that they are complying with all of the operational, hiring, and otherwise commitments that they made, both to the community, to the board, and to the ZBA. So that is an active review process that the Boston Cannabis Board undertakes annually.
Thank you, Councillor. Any last questions for Ms. Hawkins? Okay, thank you. Is anybody, Jean, did that answer your concerns, Ms. Spinato?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This did go through a full community process last fall, as required by the Cannabis Control Commission, which did include a cannabis community outreach meeting. And the applicant separately met with, I believe it was 5 area civic associations, as well as residents and abutters to the property on his own accord. This was vetted by the Boston Cannabis Board for security and operational purposes. And seeing this as an equity applicant, we'd be very excited to see this establishment open up in Dorchester. We would just ask that the applicant continue to work with the neighborhood as he continues this process moving forward. And to the board's point about lighting and screening review, we would absolutely welcome that through any design review purposes. With that being said, we'd like to go on and support.
Mr. Fandel, I know that the Susies own a lot of property, at least the historic, if my recollection is right. If there is a proposal to knock down the building on the adjacent lot, we would like to see some kind of screening and buffering at the pavement edge, at the sidewalk edge, to demarcate and perhaps provide greater safety for for people on the sidewalk. So if there's some way you could help facilitate that, because that will not come to us, but if some way that can be facilitated, that would be great. Anybody else to speak on this project?
Yes, Madam Chair, this is Joe McEachran with Councilor Baker's office. Would also like to go on record in support of the project.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one raised hand from a caller. Hi, caller, have you been unmuted? Caller 720.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Mina Perez. Madam Chair, this project is within the proximity to our headquarters, the Pride of the Carpenters Union, and it's with great pleasure that we go in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. It's in proximity of 103 too, also? Yeah. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
Secretary here, we have numerous letters of support.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to approve BPDA design review with particular attention to the exterior facade, lighting, screening and buffering, and yeah.
Second, Ligris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Madam Chair, it's now 1:15. I'm going to call the 1 o'clock hearings. Are there any deferrals or withdrawals for 1 o'clock?
7 Wordsworth Street.
For the record, calling, sorry, we'll pull it up. BOA 102-4093, 7 Wordsworth Street. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with an address of 11 Beacon Street. We were told this was going to be an administrative deferral since there was a violation missing in the advertisement and mailing that had gone out. I believe there was a date in March. We were told was set or recommended.
Yes, Mr. Drago, we have that date here. I'll make a motion for deferral.
Just a quick question. Is this still a 9-unit structure, or is that changed too?
So that the whole it has changed as well, but it's still advertised. That was the original proposal.
Okay, so is there a
Motion for
motion?
deferral.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The date, please?
We have a date of March 9th at 12:30.
Thank you.
Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals for 1 o'clock? Hearing none, go back to the cases.
You know Pamela Barty. Pamela, how you? Pam, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much.
Requesting a deferral?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of
Are you
the...
requesting a deferral?
Yes, I am.
What's the address, please?
233 Metropolitan Avenue in
For the
Rosendale.
record, calling BOA 107-3949, 233 Metropolitan Avenue. There's a companion case, BOA 107-3954, 233 Rare Metropolitan Avenue. Name and address for the record, please.
Pamela Barty, 233 Metropolitan Avenue, Rosendale.
And why are you requesting this deferral?
I am requesting this deferral because unfortunately we had a death in the family that has turned things a bit upside down, and because of that, we have not had the opportunity to have the proper follow-up community process that we would like to have.
Okay, hold on. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to defer.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I just want to remind you, Ms. Barty, that we're not really open to many deferrals. So please make sure that your requested date that you are able to meet that. Is a June date good for you?
Madam Chair, thank you so much. Yes, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
Hold on, Madam Chair. I need to pull up the June dates.
June 8th, 22nd, or 29th.
We have June 29th.
Thank you. So, Ms. Applicant, we'll see you June 29th at
It'll be 12:30. 12:30. Are there any other deferrals or withdrawals? Hearing none, I'll go to the next case, calling VOA 114-1860, 32 Richfield Street. This erect a new multifamily 4 units dwelling with 6 parking spaces. The violation is Article 65, Section 8, a multifamily use is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, the lot area is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, lot width is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, front yard is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, side yard is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9.2, dimensional regulations, location of the main entrance. Name and address for the record, please. Name and address for the record, please.
Don't see any, oh, hold on, George.
Jessica, it should be Jason Patterson. He said that he's in the call.
Okay, one second. All right. Okay, Jason?
Hello, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Please put your name and address on the record and tell us what's being proposed.
My name is Jason Patterson, owner of 32 Richfield Street.
And what are you proposing?
So we're proposing a 4-unit building, 4 condos. We initially came with 6. We had multiple meetings with the Civic Association as well as the neighborhood. And we scaled our 6 back to 4, and we changed the design multiple times.
So tell us what's the breakdown of the units? 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, how many square feet?
Yeah, so the breakdown of the unit, it will be 4 units. They will have 2 units at 2 beds. Both of them will have a master. It will have 834 square feet, and the second unit will be 850 square feet. The third and the fourth unit will have 3 bedrooms. Each of them will have a master, and those will have 1,458 square feet. The fourth unit will have 1,470 square feet. We will also have a rooftop deck as well, 2 rooftop decks for the third and the fourth unit.
And how will those decks be accessed?
The decks will be accessed through third and the fourth unit. So they'll be,
so is it a head house or a hatch?
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
So it's through a head house?
Yes.
Okay, and is there any occupancy in the basement?
There will be no occupancy in the basement.
And tell us how the parking is going to work?
So initially when we came with the 6-unit structure, we had 1 parking space per unit, so that gave us 6. We're still able, because we decreased the amount of units, we're still able to keep the 6 parking spots. So we have 6 parking spots for 4 units.
Okay, and go ahead.
Yeah, and these are off-street parking spots, so it doesn't add to any of the clutter that may currently be there on the street.
Okay, and so it's 1 curb cut to enter and exit?
Yes.
Okay, and is there any screening and buffering proposed around the parking lot?
Screening and buffering around the parking lot.
Okay, so we can get to that. Mr. Robinson, Mr. Ehrlich, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. They do show large head houses that are on the edge of the building. So I think we would want to have them rethink that. And I also do think the rear yard abuts another house on another street, and it's pushing quite close. So I am a little bit worried about the relationship of the parking to that adjacent house.
Okay. Mr. Ehrlich, any other board members, any questions?
Yeah, just wondering, again, I'm looking at Google Maps, and it seems like most of the structures in the neighborhood are 2 or 3 family. I don't see very many 4 family units to the applicant. Is that the case?
So if we talk about the whole street as a whole, I think it is Susie that just put up a 3-family and I think they have renting in the basement as well. So there are 3 units on this street, but if we are to just kind of dial into our area, it is, I think it's 2-family for the most part, and that's why we scaled it back from 6, and we made it a 4 unit. But if you look at it from street view, it stays in line with all of the other units that are currently there, and you can't tell that it's a 4 because our lot is long and narrow. So most of the square footage is going to be going backwards as opposed to, wide or or tall.
Okay. We've soft pedaled the head houses, but as a board, we are not too keen on head houses, but rather hatch access. So just so that you know that. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Yes, greetings, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. My name is Chantal Lima Barbosa with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. An abutters meeting was held on August 12 of 2020, and the applicant presented to the Greater Bowdoin Geneva Neighborhood Association. The applicant made significant changes addressing the issues of number of units and parking. The applicant has received some support of abutters, and the Mayor's Office would like to go on record and support the proposal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Joe McEachran, City Councilor Frank Baker's office. We'd like to go on support of the applicant.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
May I have a motion, please?
Let me ask Mr. Robinson a question first. The design, the rendering, the elevation look nice, but what's your feeling about how well it fits in with neighborhood context?
I'm okay with it. I think it has some elements that do relate. It's a little different shape. I think my biggest concern, which I don't think is necessarily about the design, I don't love the side entrance off of the driveway. And I think, if we approve this, I would certainly like the BPA to design review, but with special pay attention to sort of the whole access and sort of relationship of the base or the pedestrians into the building.
Okay, Ms. Ambassador, is Ms. Endelman here for this case?
Yes, he does not.
What's the name?
Davida Endelman had her hand. I don't know if she's put it down so quickly.
I do see it. Davida, you've been unmuted. Hi, Davida.
Hello.
Hi, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, this is Davida Randleman.
Please, are you in support or in opposition of 32 Richfield Street?
Not support, in opposition of.
And what's the basis of the opposition?
Yes, I live at 94 Clarkson Street, right around the corner. I am chairperson of the Greater Bowdoin Geneva Neighborhood Association. There have been approximately 8 meetings regarding this project, 2 before the Greater Bowdoin Geneva Neighborhood Association, 4 kind of unofficial or neighborhood abutter meetings, and
so tell us the outcome, please, what your opposition is based on.
Yes, I have to refute what was stated before. Actually, this location is mostly surrounded by 1-family dwellings. And then there are 2 families, and further down the street towards Columbia Road, there are 3 families. The most immediate abutters feel that this is excessive. They are willing to talk to Mr. Patterson further to try to get some kind of compromise down to a lower number of units. They feel that it's much too large, many too many units, especially for those most impacted by the project. So we would ask if there's any way that a deferral could be granted so that there could be additional conversations with Mr. Patterson.
Sometimes we have a hard time because we just want to know that the community is playing fair with the applicant and really engaging them in conversation, because at some point, you know, we would like to make the neighborhoods happy with a deferral. However, if the applicant has worked hard to come up with an alternate plan, it feels somewhat unfair to them if they keep needing to request a deferral. So,
I just want to.
Go ahead. Who's this?
I was still, this is Davida Endelman. There was a project where a proposal was made for 4 units, and about a year after negotiation with the most immediate butters, it was decreased down to 2. There is no place on Richfield Street where there are 4 units.
Okay, so you have seen the 4-unit proposal.
Yes, I've seen Mr. Patterson's 4-unit proposal multiple times.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we were just about to have a motion, so we have this information.
Can I say one last thing?
Mr. Patterson, go ahead.
Yes. So I just wanted to kind of respond to Davida and make sure everyone's aware.
Yes,
we wanted 6. We wanted 6. We understood that the community was uncomfortable with it. They didn't like the design, so we reduced it back and we changed the design to make sure that it fit in with, you know, what was going on in the neighborhood. One of the main concerns was, you know, off-street parking. We handled that. They're worried about the quality of person that may move in, because renters you can't control as much. That's why we transitioned to have it to be condos. So there's going to be home ownership. I know there's a shortage of housing in the city, so we wanted to bring that in. We also wanted to improve and increase the quality and also the value of the houses around us. So if we have new construction coming up, everyone around in the area is going to benefit from what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Okay, so we have all the information we need. May I have a motion, please?
I'm going to make a motion to approve, but with a whole series of provisos. One is that the head houses be replaced by hatches. 2 is that the BPDA design review look at the issue of access from the side versus the front that Mr. Robinson highlighted. And also the question of parking in the rear, and in particular, the design for context, because it does seem like, as it's currently designed, it does not fit in that well.
And just clarification on the parking, is this reflective of Mr. Robinson's comment about needing screening and buffering against the abutting lot?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a second?
Yes, I second, Eric.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 113-9018, 5 Rice Street. This is a change of use from a 1-family to a 6-family, proposed addition and renovation to the existing. The violations, Article 65, Section 32. This is in the NDOT reviewed required. Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking and loading. Article 65, Section 8, 6-unit use is forbidden. Article 65, Section 9, the floor-to-area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 65, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the side yard is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9.2, the dimensional regulations, the location of the main entrance. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Alec Benelli from Pulgini and Norton with the business address of 10 Forbes Road on behalf of the applicant, and with me today is David Freed, the architect. We're here today seeking variances for 5 Rice Street in Dorchester to renovate a building and add an addition to the existing 3-story structure, converting it into a 6-unit residence with 8 off-street parking spaces on a 6,945, or excuse me, my apologies, a 5,945 square foot lot, which is in a 2F 5,000 zoning subdistrict. The violations for 5 Rice Street are Article 65, Section 8, use, Multifamilies are not an allowed use. The proposal is not to construct a new multifamily building, but to incorporate the existing structure into a new use to promote the unique historic character of the building and preserve it for years to come, accounting for the rising sea levels. 5 Rice Street, according to city records, dates back to the 19th century, making it one of the oldest houses in the port.
So, this is almost a 6,000 square foot lot.
Yes.
And you have a 2F 5,000. So you're basically tripling the number of units or doubling the number of units that would be allowed on this lot. So can you please explain to us how the units are going to work, how the sizes, and how the addition is working, and of course the parking?
Yes, Madam Chair, of course. So there are 8 off-street parking spaces that are included in this plan. That was part of the community process. We heard strong calls for sufficient off-street parking, and we did meet that. There is still a design and location variance that we are seeking for the parking due to the location of 3 of the parking spaces and the maneuverability of those spots. The unit breakdown for the 6 units, unit 1 is a 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 673 square foot unit on the first floor. Unit 2 is a 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom, 1,112 square foot unit on the first floor. Unit 3 is a 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom, 989 square foot unit. Unit 4 is a 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom, 1,123 square foot unit. Unit 5 is a 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom, 922 square foot unit. And Unit 6 is a 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom, 1,059 square foot unit.
So your 2 bedrooms range in size from 922 to 1123. Okay.
That's correct.
So, and are these anticipated to be rentals or condos?
I believe that it is the intention of the applicant to turn them into condos.
Okay, so these are a lot of violations. Can you, okay, so just walk us through how the building will work. Show us the existing. Colette, can you just show us what the existing looks like and what the proposed addition looks like? Mr. Robinson, how are the plans?
You're on mute, Mr. Robinson, again.
Sorry about that. The plans look good. It is a complicated renovation and addition. It is a lot of units that are being put into this building, though.
And can you and how is the parking working? Because is it interior parking or surface parking?
So parking is accessed off Taylor Street. There's 6 parking spaces outside and 2 are internal to the building.
Okay, and are you comfortable with that, Mr. Robinson?
I mean, the parking, there is 2 inside. I mean, I don't have a layout plan, I don't believe, for the parking on the site. I know there's the site plan, but it doesn't show how they're exactly configured. There are some existing curb cuts. Are you reusing those curb cuts?
So on sheet A 1.0, you can get the best sense of the parking layout. The plan is to relocate an existing curb cut further down Taylor Street towards the corner, in the direction of the corner of Taylor and Rice. It's a relocating the existing 18-foot 4-inch curb cut.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Mr. D'Amico has spoken on this project. Would you like his comments?
Yes, please.
So he says, although this regards to 5 Rice Street, although the spaces are located in a questionable location, it does work well from an operational perspective.
Yes, because it looks like the entire side yard then
Yeah.
If you look at Rice Street as the front yard is paved over.
Well, Madam Chair, that's the problem with having a corner lot, which is that technically it's not front yard parking, but if you're on Taylor Street, you got all these cars, it's completely paved over, all these cars right on the street.
Yeah, but part of it may be the overbuilding of the site too, because there is that 3-story addition in the rear yard, or that could have accommodated some parking back there.
Seems like an awful lot of things happening on a relatively small lot.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Fandel, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This did go through a full community process with one on-site abutters meeting that was held prior to the pandemic, and then a second abutters meeting that was held virtually last fall. The applicant did also work with the Port Norfolk Civic Association and received support from his direct abutters. There were initial concerns about the design and the parking ratio on site, but he worked with those through with his abutters. We would just ask for continued BPDA design review. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Joe McEachran, City Councilor Frank Baker's office, we'd like to go on record in support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands here.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to rely on you guys to come up with a motion here.
I'm going to make a motion to deny without prejudice. I think this is trying to fit 10 pounds of you-know-what into a 5-pound bag.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm going to oppose.
I'm going to oppose too.
So 2 oppositions, motion carries. You've been denied, motion carries, you've been denied without prejudice.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling VOA 111-8297, 162 to 164 Walnut Street. This is erecting 2-family modular dwelling. The violations, Article 65, Section 35, this is the Neighborhood Overlay District review required. Article 65, Section 41, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 65, Section 42.2, the conformity to the existing building alignment. Article 65, Section 8, a 2-family is forbidden in a 1F 5,000 subdistrict. Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Alec Benelli from Pulgini and Norton with the business address of 10 Forbes Road on behalf of the property owners, the McCarthy family. We're here today seeking variances for 162, 164 Walnut Street in Dorchester to erect a new 2-family residence with 2 off-street parking spaces on a to-be-created 5,000 square foot lot, which is in a 1F 5,000 zoning subdistrict.
So did you say it's to be created? So tell us how it's being created. Because usually when there's a new lot being created, we see the companion lot to see that we're not creating too many violations on the existing lot and the existing building.
Yes. The property is currently open space for the single family at 166 Walnut, which is owned and occupied by the family. They intend to occupy both units in the new residence with the parents on one level and the daughter and her family occupying the other unit. As you can see on this plan here, it's going to include a proposed curb cut and driveway for the existing structure, and then a curb cut and proposed driveway for the new residence.
Okay. So is this really proposed as modular?
Yes.
Okay. Can we see a rendering of this? Because, Ms. Bonelli, you must know about how we are really concerned about how mods fit into the neighborhood.
I do appreciate that, and I am aware of that, Madam Chair.
Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans look good, and I concur with your original concern about modular. I think the design does fit in fairly well with the abutting neighbors, and I was more worried about the relationship of it to the street, and it is in alignment with the adjacent buildings.
And how does the parking look? I'm asking the applicant, Mr. Bonelli.
Excuse me. Thank you. So the parking will be through a proposed curb cut. If you're facing the
Sorry,
new structure.
Colette, can you pull up and scroll through so we can get a better sense of how exactly the parking will work and if it's front yard parking or not? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So parking would be accessed through a proposed curb cut and driveway. The plan delineates 2 parking spaces, tandem parking spaces, but there is room for a third in the front side yard, as you can see on the proposed plan in front of you.
Okay. Can you, Mr. Robinson, and you, Mr. Ehrlich, weigh in on this?
Can Colette keep scrolling down?
My question on the abutting property 166, I know there's a new proposed driveway. That one doesn't seem to be going back as deep. So it looks like parking would occur in the front yards. I don't know how the cases are, they're dependent on each other, but I think it seems there's plenty of room in the proposed dwelling to park back in the side, but this one then does not show that same kind of depth.
Yeah, I think there's a technical issue here because generally when there is a subdivision, we have both addresses that we look at, we look at together. So I don't know why this popped up as a solo address, but okay, but it is here, it is a subdivision, so I do think we will have a role in this. Any questions from the board?
I'd just like to Colette to keep scrolling so I can get a better sense of the whole project. But I am a little bit confused about the parking spaces on Lot A as opposed to B. Mr. Robinson, do you understand what's happening there?
Yeah, I think on B, it seems to be their nose front to back on the side of the yard, and it does seem like there's plenty of space on B. The A is the one I also have a question about. I mean, I'm looking at the street view, and there seems to be no reason it can't go back farther. It just doesn't seem to be shown that returning back farther.
Right.
So there's no part of the building or anything on 166 that's precluding it from going back. So I don't know if that's just something we could address through this process.
Okay.
Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Patrick Vandell, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This did go through a full community process, including an abutters meeting. The applicant also, the Port Norfolk Civic Association, which unanimously voted to support this proposal. The applicant has the support of all of his direct abutters, as well as several abutters extending beyond the direct property. We'd like to go on record in support of this proposal, as it will continue to house lifelong Port residents.
Patrick, has this area of Port Norfolk been subject to flooding?
I don't believe this address does, especially since the renovation of Finnegan Park. I think that now serves as a good deterrent.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody else here to speak in support or in opposition to this project?
One more question. I'm just curious, where does the modular unit come from? Where's the manufacturer based?
I apologize. It is Westchester Modular Homes.
And where are they?
I believe out of Connecticut.
They're out of Connecticut. Oddly enough, I'm using them right now. They build some real nice stuff.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Joe McEachran with City Councilor Frank Baker's office. We'd like to go on record in support of the applicant.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Karen Foley, Councilor Asabi George's office. Would like to echo the sentiments of the mayor's office and Councilor Baker's office and go in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Secretary, here we have letters of support as well.
Are there no raised hands?
Yes, hello, Madam Chairman?
Yes, is this Susan Roach?
Yes, I'm in a butter right next door to the McCarthys.
Yes.
And I just want to confirm a few things, if I may.
Are you speaking in support or in opposition?
I have questions. I just have questions at this point.
Okay, why don't you go through them quickly, because all questions should have been answered prior to this meeting. But go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. I just want to confirm that the modal from the front and back of the property line is at 29 feet.
Mr. Bonelli, you're going to have to respond to that.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Roach. So the surveyor established the modal at 29 feet. The front face of the first floor of the building itself, as shown on the plot plan, is set back 29 feet. There is a covered porch, as you can see in the proposed plot plan, and the porch is in line with other porches on the street.
Okay, well, let's pick up the pace. Any other?
Right, thank you. And can I just ask a couple more questions? I just want to make sure that the dormers on the left side is 10 feet away from the front walk for privacy purposes. And the second question, just for my own, will there be rodent mitigation during construction?
Okay, so we're going to address the first one. You can take it up with Mr. Bonelli and on the second question. So, Mr. Bonelli, is that 10 feet?
Sorry, I'm confused. Could the question be restated?
I'm concerned about the dormers on the left-hand side facing our house. Are they going to be 10 feet away from the front wall?
For privacy.
For privacy purposes.
Jim Johnson from West.
Mr. Ambassador, can you please mute Ms. Roach? Okay, go ahead.
Jim Johnson from Westchester is here on the call with me too. He'd probably be more appropriate to answer relocating dormers on the modular home. Jim?
What's his name? Is he on as an attendee or a panelist?
James Johnson is his name.
Okay, yep. James, you've been unmuted?
Yes, good afternoon. As far as the dormer location, currently it is situated for stairs to make maximum functionality of the floor plan. That is not an actual room where that particular dormer would be. So we can, outside of this meeting, if there are certain concerns that the abutter would have to that, we can, discuss that and make sure that it's, something that they are to their liking. I know they have discussed that already with the homeowner.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So given all that information, may I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve with design review.
Mr. Ruggiero, can we add proviso that there be no front yard parking?
Oh, yes, yeah, of course, yeah.
So we're talking about no front yard parking at 166, right?
Yeah.
Well, for both lots.
Okay, so we Mr. Hampton, just make sure that when you do design review for parking, it includes 162, 164, and 166. Okay.
I'll try to do the 166, but we don't have any plans for 166, nor an application.
So we need to request plans. I know Mr. Bonelli will get that to you fairly quickly so that we can get that squared away. Otherwise, it comes to us for board final arbiter.
Okay.
Okay, yes. Thank you. So there was a motion, there was a second. Was there a second?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Calling the next case, calling BOA 114-2022, 25 Payne Street. This is erect a two-family dwelling, proposed 4 off-street parking. The violations, Article 67, Section 8. A two-family dwelling use is forbidden. Name and address for the record, please.
Is the applicant here for this address?
Joe, Joe Carpenter, do you know the applicant's here? Let's see.
Is there Stephen David online?
Stephen David. Yes, okay, yep. Stephen, you've been unmuted. Oh, shoot. I think we just lost him. We're just on, came off.
Is Mr. Payne on? If not, let's go to the next case while he gets settled in. Mr. Wall for 25 Payne.
We'll come back to it. We'll go to the next two cases, calling BOA 113-5042, 91 Anawan Avenue. There's a competing case, BOA 112-1558, 91 Rear Anawan Avenue. This is for 91, for two dwellings on the same lot. Violations, Article 56, Section 8. The floor area ratio is excessive, and Article 56, Section 8, rear yard is insufficient. This is for 91 Rear Anawan. The change of occupancy of existing carriage house in the rear of the single-family dwelling and remodel. The address will be known as 91 Rear Anawan Avenue. The violation is Article 56, Section 39. Off-street parking and loading, proposed parking is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, lot area is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 56, Section 8, usable open space is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, the front yard is insufficient. Article 56, Section 8, the rear yard is insufficient. And Article 56, Section 8, the side yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes. 91 Terry O'Reilly, 91 Anawan Avenue, West Roxbury.
So, Mr. O'Reilly, I'm going to tell you off the bat that we're not keen on having two dwellings on the same lot. Anawan is a pretty well-established street with basically homes. No carriage houses or garages have been converted to dwelling units. So please explain to us what you're proposing to do.
Yes, the 91 and the carriage house was not lived in for a long time and was run down. So there was a meeting across the road, and it was proposed by the city that it needed somebody to buy it. So I said I'd buy it if it came on the market, which I did. And the carriage house was full of animals, and there was an eye in the neighbors for quite a long time. And I was asked to clean the place up, and I did buy it. And my wife, she had medical problems, and she was asked to live in by the hospital to live in a one-floored accommodation, which we felt that was ideal. And it's going to be one floor with a bedroom on the first floor, a bedroom on the ground floor, and accommodation on the ground floor, kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom on the ground floor. So that's what my proposal was to do.
So tell us about the Payne house. Is that going to stay as a single family?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yes. We know we still have to own 91 and the rear. It's all going to be the one piece. It'll remain a one family.
And there's no accommodation that can be made to the current dwelling to accommodate with stairs and, or ramps or et cetera to make it work?
The accommodation on the front 91, 91 is a 3-floored house.
Mm-hmm.
It's on 3 floors, and it's I think it's 5-6 bedrooms. But we did have meetings. We had the meetings in relation to the.
Before you go through all that, I just want to just understand what you're proposing to do. So you're proposing to renovate the house that has 5 or 6 bedrooms, and then convert the carriage house to how many bedrooms?
The carriage house we're going to live in.
I know, but how many bedrooms?
How many bedrooms? We're going to have the one bedroom on the first floor, and then two bedrooms on the second floor for our family if they choose to come and visit.
Okay. Okay. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are basic. They seem to be only specific to the carriage house. What he's proposing is what's drawn, so I think they're adequate to cover that scope.
And about how many square feet is that carriage house?
Is that question for me?
Anybody who can answer it.
Well, it's probably about 1,500 square feet.
I was going to say 1,600 about.
Okay.
Can I ask a question of the applicant? So there's a curb cut that's shown. It's just very overgrown. So how are you going to access this, the rear parcel of this?
Well, I think if all this has been done, I mean, it says that there is insufficient parking, but I mean, it's the biggest yard that's there right now.
Excuse me.
If you Google it now, sorry.
Excuse me, you are asking of relief of this board. Therefore, you might have explained it 10 times, but you need to explain it clearly to us because this is where the rubber meets the road and this is where you will get your relief from, okay? So please be patient and explain it to us. So go ahead.
I would say I'm here with my father here. The work has already been done to the main house. It's brand new. It's been the whole neighborhood has come out in support during both the budget meeting and said thank you for doing the main house. If you Google image it now, it looks like it's looked for the reason they had the meeting with Matt O'Malley and Inspectional Services was because it was dilapidated and abandoned for about 10, 15 years. What it's currently, if you drive up Anna 1 right now, is brand new.
I actually don't live that far away, so I know what's happened. So your driveway is on the right-hand side, right? If I'm looking at the house, where's the driveway?
That's the driveway on the right-hand side, yes.
Okay, and how are you going to accommodate parking for both units?
On the front part, on the left-hand side, there's 2 spaces for the existing house and 2 spaces at the rear for the coach house.
So you have two curb cuts?
No, there's only the one curb cut leading into the one driveway.
Okay, because okay.
All of this, sorry.
And what's the square footage of the lot?
I don't. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's existing. It's all existing, but it would be, say, I don't know, 10,000 square feet.
So it's sold for $580. It's 2,857 square feet for the building. So the lot is 7,813 square feet. Okay. Okay. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jack Duggan, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Just like to go on record support. It did go through a full community process. We had an abutters meeting in the summer of 2020, which a bunch of neighbors came on and were very supportive. It went before the West Roxbury Neighborhood Council in September. And again, they voted unanimously 9-0 in support of this proposal. As Terry mentioned, his wife does have medical issues that, limit her to one floor. The neighbors have all come out and said what a great job they've done with all the renovations up to date. And they look forward to, this proposal as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Peter Favorito from Council of this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Karen Foley, Councilor Nisa Asabi George's office, and we'd like to go in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan on behalf of City Councilor at Large Michael Flaherty. Due to the fact that the neighborhood has come out in support of Mr. O'Reilly and his wife, council to go on records.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to support with BPDA design review.
I'll second that, Joe.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And I'm going to go on record in opposition because I think this sets a poor precedent for two buildings on the same lot in this neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
Next case.
Calling the next two cases, calling BOA 114-3574-449 Cambridge Street. There's a companion case, BOA 114-3565 2 Emery Road. This is for 449, demolish the existing structure, construct a new multifamily residential building with 127 units of approximately 80 parking spaces. Who's Brown?
It is 166 units spread across 2 buildings. That is the smaller building that you're seeing on the screen now to the left. 88 studios with an average size of 404 square feet. 54 one-bedrooms with an average size of 787 square feet. There are 4 one-bedroom townhouses that are in the back of the Cambridge Street building. That came out through the community process. They have an average size of 805 square feet. There are 18 two-bedrooms, average size 1,008 square feet, and 2 3-bedrooms, average size 1,365 square feet.
I'm sorry, how many 3-bedrooms?
Only 2.
And how big are they?
1,365. The project was worked through as a compact living project, and the sponsor can explain the details of that. But one thing I want to emphasize is one of the 2 3-bedrooms is going to be an affordable unit. And through the community process, the affordable on-site is very high. It's at 17%. So 28 of the units are spread throughout the buildings evenly. 8 of the affordables are artist live work. 2 of the 2-bedroom affordables have actually had their rents set, these are all rental, set lower than the normal AMI to 60%. Also, there's a donation of $1 million.
I don't want to hear about donations because, so anyways, so all of the 166 units are compact living. Tell us about the shared space.
Yes, the shared space. Let me turn to Robert Brown and Andrew Gross. They're on the line from the architects. Most of the amenity space and usable open space are in the larger building. Are they on the line? No, I'll give you the numbers while
What are the names?
Well, if you can hear, if you can go to level 2 floor plan, that would be helpful.
I'll fill in while the architects come on. So at 449 Cambridge Street, there is 4,701 square feet of common usable open space. There are actually 2 exterior areas, one at the second level, as mentioned, and then one on the roof. Both of these are really oriented towards Cambridge Street. There are also another 295 square feet of private usable space for a few units.
So tell us about, so you've talked about the amenity space, the 4,701. Tell us about the amenity space on the roof. Is that open to the entire building, both buildings?
Both buildings, that's right, Madam Chair.
Okay, and how big is that?
I have to defer to the architects. I'm sorry, I don't have that.
Okay. And so tell us about the Artist Live Workspace. Will this space allow for more than somebody who is working on their computer? Will it allow enough square footage for creatives who perhaps have, bigger things that they produce art-wise?
Mr. Wanster, are you on?
Mr. Bernardo, you know where I'm going with this, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Hi, this is Andrew Grote from Perkins Well. I'm unmuted now. Sorry, I was unmuted before.
So please first respond to us and tell us about that amenity space on the roof. How large is it?
Very close.
Sorry.
The space is on sheet A1108, accessed by an offset head house. And it's I think approximately 2,000 square feet.
Okay, 2,000, so it's 6,000 square feet, 6,700 square feet for the 166 units.
Yeah.
Tell us about the artist, so this is supposed to be entirely rental building. Can you tell us, because we've been seeing a lot of Artist Live Workspace that is very small, that will only allow for something like computer graphics or something like that, but doesn't allow for other types of creatives.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, we worked with BPDA with that in mind to make sure that the artist units, while studios could accommodate large format painting, so it's not just somebody in a laptop, it's somebody that can do large format work. So while the average space of a studio was around 450, those units could be as big as 650. So we made a conscious decision working with the city on the affordable units to make sure that the artist units can accommodate larger format work.
And will they have specific systems to air the space out, fans or venting or whatever it is, air that space out?
We don't have dedicated ventilation designed in them right now. All of the units have got exterior ventilation, but we could work with them on that.
And did Kara look at this from the mayor's office of I don't know what it's called, Arts and Culture?
Yes.
Did they have input on this?
Yes, we went through several meetings with the mayor's office, with the city, with BPDA, with neighborhoods, and that's where the artists' housing request came from, and where the request for the sizing came from as well.
And the last question is that this is a heavily populated student area. How are you who are these rentals anticipated to? What is this anticipated sweet spot for these rentals?
I think it's professionals is the intention, as well as families. That's why there are the 3 bedrooms and the 2 bedrooms included as well.
Also, Madam Chair, at the BPDA, it was stipulated that there would not be any move-ins in September in working with the community.
Correct.
So there's no September move-ins. How about January or February move-ins?
That I'm not aware of.
Mid-semester. So there's no September move-ins. And okay. Any questions, Mr. Ehrlich? How are the plans?
They seem to differ from what's being described by the proponents. The studios do not average 450 square feet. In fact, they're typically between 300 and 350 square feet. They're significantly smaller. There's also only 2-3 bedrooms. So the unit sizes that the proponents have described don't seem to be borne out by what I'm seeing on the plans. They're significantly smaller. On the second, third, and fourth floor, all of the studios, or almost all of the studios, are under 350 square feet. So these are truly compact living, and I understand that the city is encouraging that, or at least tolerating that, but let's not kid ourselves, these are very small units. I guess my question is, for the proponents, the amenity space on the second floor, which is called out at, hang on a second, 2,800 square feet, which is under the compact living guidelines. You are required to have community space to make up for the small sizes of the units. What is the anticipated use of the amenity space? And just out of curiosity, why are the numbers that you are giving not what's on the paper?
As for the numbers, I got those from the proponent, who, by the way, can't seem to get into the call to explain. So I'm just reporting the numbers I was provided.
Okay, well, I'm telling you that the prints show almost all of the studios at 350 square feet or less.
Mr. Ehrlich, this is Dave Wamister with Anchorline. I haven't been able to get in. I apologize. I haven't been able to speak, but the average units of the studio units are 404 square feet.
I'm looking at the second floor.
So the average is they range. From 300 to 500. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. They range. There are different 625 studio units.
Hold on. I'm looking at the second floor. I see there are 2 at 600, 1 at almost 500, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at under 350. So saying it's sort of like the mean or median average is a little bit. There are a lot of very small studio spaces.
That's correct, Mr. Ehrlich. We were strongly advised by BPDA when we first brought this project to BPDA design review. to approach the project under the compact living guidelines.
Okay, so then, please answer my secondary question, which is under the compact living guidelines, the developer is required to develop common community space to make up for the small size of the units. So could you please describe what's going to happen in the amenity space on the second floor that is 2,800 square feet?
Sure, that'll be outdoor living space for units of both buildings. It hasn't been fully programmed, but there'll be outdoor amenities that are common to most multifamily projects in the area. But it's all in compliance with the city's guidelines.
There's a large indoor component as well. That's what you're looking at. So there's the outdoor, which is the triangular space. The indoor amenity space, the 2,800 square feet, is indoor program. So there's a balance between interior and exterior program. So it could be fitness areas or common rooms or multi.
But I think Mr. Ehrlich is asking specifically, what is the plan for the interior amenity space?
Thank you.
The interior amenity space will probably be, could hold a gym, work areas, breakout areas for tenants, basically areas where tenants could meet and use common area space, and then have the ability to flow outdoors to the outdoor space as well.
Okay, so when you gave us the number, that second floor space being 4,701 square feet, only about half of it is for year-round use. The rest is just for summer use. And it sounds to me like you're giving, it's an afterthought. You have not actually looked at a way to make this whole system of micro units of compact living workable.
Madam Chair, we have worked very closely with the city to make it workable, and also with the artist community to make these live-work artist units. We think, obviously, given what's going on where the project started before COVID, we think the amenity space will probably be different than what we originally envisioned as far as how it will be used by the tenants. But we've worked very hard to create a space that will be viable and attractive to the tenants of both buildings.
And let me ask one other question about the common space. You described both the interior amenity space on the second floor and also the roof. On the drawing that I'm looking at, A1108, the roof deck occupies a very small part of the overall roof space. What is it, besides the typical air handler and other units that go on the roof, is there a reason that for a building that large that the roof deck is that small?
We're exploring photovoltaic cells up there for solar, being able to adapt the building for solar.
So for the rest of the roof?
Yes, as the roof as we could afford.
Yep.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, I mean, again, in the compact living guidelines, there is a very strong recommendation that there be ample community space to make up for the smaller size of the micro units, and you've got what looks like, I don't have measurements, but you're using about 10%, 20% less of the total roof space for common area. I'm just wondering why it can't be any bigger. You can still do 3/4 of the roof of photovoltaic cells and have more common space.
If we were to make this is Robert Brown from Perkins & Will. The roof deck, if it was increased in size right now, it's at a maximum of 49 people. If it's larger, we would have to create an additional stair down. And as David was saying, there's tremendous pressure also to make this photovoltaic ready. So we are trying to keep that space available as well.
And it's actually 56% of the units, largely the studios, as you pointed out, because the threshold is 450, but 56% of the units are compact housing and the rest are above the threshold.
Sorry, what did you just say? 56% are compact living?
Yes.
And the rest are regular?
Yes.
Okay. So, Jeff, may I ask you a question?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You know, Cambridge Street has seen, at least this board has seen, a lot of projects going up and down Cambridge Street, including the one just on the other side of the pike, which we approved, which was that that shared living concept.
Right.
What is the vision for this? Because it feels like it's being very dense and overdeveloped, because the highest point at some point was the Cahaley building that is at Union Square, but subsequent we've seen a whole lot of really, really dense development. And I don't know with the other projects how all these provisos that have been put in place are managed, because I don't know how you manage making sure that there are no rentals in September. Any sense of what the thinking is from your peers at the BPDA?
No, unfortunately, I can't answer that because I wasn't involved in this project or any of the other contact unit ones. This is something where, I just haven't been invited to partake in it, and I've expressed the concerns of the board over the past couple of years about the contact unit policy, and I know that it's been extended for another 2 years. But in terms of the rationale behind it, I can't give you an honest answer.
Okay, because if my memory serves me right, this project is split between a CC, a community commercial with an FAR of 1, and the rear of the building on Emery is local industrial, also with an FAR of 1. So what is the FAR you're proposing on the Cambridge Street lot and on Emery Street?
Madam Chair, you're correct. Most of the area is industrially zoned currently. 5.6 on the Cambridge Street lot, 3.7 on the 2 Emery Road lot.
Okay, so I mean, I think that's clearly indicative of how the density, what the density is. Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I just got a question, and I don't know if this is for the BPDA or for the proponent, but I'm just trying to grasp the concept of 10,000 square feet of parking for units that are made for, transient, they're made for affordability, and they're made for people that are living a different type of lifestyle that involves biking and tea and things like that. We have little community space, and then I feel like 10,000 square feet of parking is kind of odd.
Yes, if I may, thank you. The 80 spaces are meant to comply with the BTD standards for this neighborhood, so it's a little bit below 0.5. Again, it's shared parking, so actually the relief we're getting includes a conditional use permit for ancillary parking, because this is the parking for all of the units, not just one building. Also, there's going to be required through the BPDA approval, large project review, incentives for transit use for 5 years. So the landlord is going to have to give vouchers, again, to encourage transit use on Cambridge. But David Wamster would know more.
But my question is, okay, so the building will probably be here for a little bit longer than 5 years. So why is this incentive in place only for 5 years?
Mr. Wamster would, again, I wasn't involved in that.
Chairwoman, the incentive was negotiated with BTD and the BPDA as part of a package. We were also told that the neighborhood didn't want cars parking on the street, so people who rent in this building will not be given Alston Brighton parking stickers as well. So we've been very sensitive to the parking issues raised during the community process. And right now we've committed to 5 years, but certainly if it's an appropriate leasing opportunity for us to differentiate our building, we would certainly look at continuing that program.
Who is?
Are issues like the September move-in and the lack of AB parking permits, are those memorialized or is that just what you're kind of making a commitment to now?
No, they've been memorialized, Mr. Ehrlich, in the BPDA memo, board memo.
Actually, I think personally, I don't know if somebody is paying taxes, they can be eliminated from applying for a sticker. But anyway, so let me just.
Sorry, can I just say that's a requirement of the compact living program. They cannot access resident stickers, so it's not a extra, it's a requirement.
Okay, so I kind of lost my train of thought here. So, okay.
Madam Chair, while you're gathering your thoughts, so the compact living, just one rationale that I understand from BPDA is it does lead to lower rental prices, and that was definitely a consideration.
Well,
so
the thing is, you know, there's a lot of innuendos and rumors floating around. We as a board haven't seen that as a fact. There has not been any analysis that's been done that has said that this is, 2% lower or 20% lower. We haven't seen any numbers that kind of make the argument for these compact living. In the meantime, these projects.
Madam Chair.
Smaller. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I may, under the compact living guidelines, the AMI prices for the IDP units are lower than the standard. There's a separate set of AMIs that are given. So those IDP units are made more affordable by the fact that this project is coming under the compact living guidelines.
The 17% is that's a good thing. I agree with that.
This is Maura McCrae from Councilor Breeden's office. Can I just speak to this very quickly?
Please go ahead.
So Alston Brighton has seen a number of these compact living pilot proposals, I want to say about 8 or 9, all within this area of Alston. And based on their proposals, because none of them have gone and been constructed yet, it's approximately, based on their rents, their proposed rents, they'll say, they usually say that the units will be approximately $200 to $500 cheaper than regular sized units. I do want to say that there have been, or I have read PNFs for other compact living pilot projects in other parts of the cities that are significantly cheaper than the ones being proposed in Alston. So I think I just wanted to say that and say that we're not seeing the as much rental savings as we would like.
I'm glad that you're putting on your analysis cap, Moira. So what is the price point you're anticipating for these units? May I ask that of the developer?
Madam Chair, we haven't set the price points because this building will take at least 18 to 19 months to construct. Obviously, the market rate units are driven by the market, and the market, as we all know, has come back considerably. But the price point for units for the IDP units are all under the guidelines of the compact living policy.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Madam Chair, really quickly, I don't want to harp on this, but I'm with Mr. Ehrlich. I'm just couple clarification questions on the amenity space. Will there be shared cooking in the amenity space, either interior or in the exterior? Are you providing any daycare services or any other? Can you still elaborate on that? Because I'm just struggling with the math, which I did, and the interior square footage for the amenity falls short with the guidelines. I understand that you're probably supplementing that with the exterior, but I'm curious. I know that there were just a lot of sort of hypotheticals that it could be a gym, it could be a sitting area, and just like a little bit more clarification there. I am concerned that when I look at the square footage of some of these studios, Mr. Ehrlich is right. They do tend to be on the smaller side.
So the intention is, yes, community spaces, so shared dining, shared cooking. It's intended to create a sense of community within the the building and in the neighborhood. So it is intended for shared cooking, both indoor and outdoor. As Mr. Wamister said earlier, there could also be co-working spaces. That's something that may be more important to people post-COVID as they're working more remotely, but kind of co-working offices, and there could be a gym fitness area in there. But it's certainly community spaces in there as well.
Okay, because my worry is that it's only 2,000 square feet that you're proposing to have a gym, cooking, co-working space. That's a lot of things to.
Well, Madam Chair, the problem I'm having with this, I think Mr. Ehrlich agrees, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, is I'm not sure that we're getting all of these in these amenity spaces or some portion of them, but it's clear that not all of this can functionally work in 2,800 square feet. And I haven't heard an answer in terms of, really what they'll be used for. It's really just more of an intentional, these are the options. Here's the menu.
If I may, Madam Chair, so I just want to make sure that we're not confusing the outdoor space with the indoor amenity space, because going from the BPDA board memo, I believe the indoor space is something like 11,000 all in. So it's not just the 2,000 outside.
Okay, so I'm just going to say we're having an issue because you represented that there would be 4,701 square feet of amenity space on the second floor, and about half of that would be the outdoor deck. Right. In addition, there would be rooftop space for 2,000 square feet. So that doesn't come up to 11,000 in any way.
No, that was, Madam Chair, that's just usable open space under the zoning code. I was not speaking to amenity space under the compact living. I apologize. I was only speaking to usable open space for which we need variance.
I'm not sure it's worth beating this dead horse, but it appears to me that overall, I would suggest to the proponents that your presentation could have been far better than it was. You exaggerated the amount of the square footage of the unit spaces. You have a lot of very small studios. That's fine. That's under the compact living guidelines. And there was no need to exaggerate it. And you overemphasize the amount of amenity space. You don't just, what we want to know is what you've got and what you're proposing. And we have the drawings. So I think there's been part of why you're hearing some frustration from the chair, from myself, from Mr. Legris, is there seems to be a gulf between what is actually being proposed and how you're presenting it. And I don't appreciate that.
And I think you need to also understand that going through an Article 80 process does not mean that you just have a rubber stamp when you come to this board. This is really where the relief is granted. And so you need to explain to us clearly why and what the relief is that you're requesting. And anyway, so I think I need to hear if there's anybody here to speak in support of this proposal.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman, Office of Neighborhood Services. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me all right. We're going on record in support of this proposal. It went through a very robust BPDA process with multiple IHG meetings, a public meeting, both civic associations, the Brighton Allston Improvement Association, the Allston Civic Association. The project's gone through significant changes, percent affordability IDP units, especially deep AMI, which is incredibly crucial for the Allston neighborhood. The quality of living in Allston is a lot lower than other parts of the city. We're looking forward to this. They've also made commitments to the artists to younger artists have an opportunity to stay in the neighborhood, which we believe is essential to keeping the characteristics that make Allston unique. They've also made commitments to the Allston Village Main Street, EDC. We think at the end of the proposal that would benefit this neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, Hi, this is Maura McCrae from Councilor Breeden's office. We'd like to go on record as being in support of this project. We do appreciate that they have gone up to 70% of units being IDP units, and that they have included affordable units for affordable artist live work units and an affordable 3-bedroom unit, both of which Alston Brighton desperately needs. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Councilor Anissa Wasabi George's office, would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have 3 people interested in speaking. Anthony, you've been unmuted.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tony Disidoro, Madam Chair, members of the board representing the Alston Civic Association. I first want to commend members of the board for raising and having this discussion about the compact living pilot. This project, to give some context, was initially launched prior to the COVID crisis, and the proponents failed to mention that this began as a traditional rental project, and in midstream, decision was made to turn it into a mixed traditional and compact living project, and that occurred in the middle of the community review process. Just to speak more from a personal standpoint, for some reason the city has targeted Alston to be a laboratory for compact living projects. And if you think you've seen this one, wait for the next one that got approved by the BPDA board to come to you. The concerns, this did not have overwhelming support in the ACA. The fact that it barely has that support is because they did address the affordability issue. They went up to 17%. They did a range of affordability. So all of that was appreciated. They also talked about restricting parking permits and putting in incentives for transportation and walking and biking and all that. So that's a good thing. But to add an additional 3-bedroom affordable unit, as you know, they only have 2 3-bedroom units. And the major concerns expressed by the members who did not support this project is the lack of 2 and 3-bedroom units, quote, family-friendly units, the number of units, the density, the unit sizes, and they question to some degree the affordability of the compact units. They make a case that because of the affordability that's come from these compact units, that more people will move out of traditional housing, and families and what have you can then occupy more traditional apartments, established apartments in our community. As the chair has quite recognized, the data is very lacking as to whether that actually occurs. And to also express a regret, which kind of shows, it doesn't surprise me about the presentation, but we regret the fact that since they appeared before us on May 2020, there has been no additional outreach to us since then. We weren't even sure if additional changes were made. So I appreciate the conversation that took place. As I say, I have to, as president of the ACA, say that on balance, there was a slight majority approving this, but we remain very skeptical about the compact living. What we have asked, and just by the way, Madam Chair, last night we had a community meeting for another compact living project on Braintree Street. They decided to pull back a bit and go to the high end of the size limits for units in the compact living. That's what we've been asking these projects to do. Don't do the minimum, go to the high end of the living area ranges, and that way there you help control density and parking and everything else. And the other major factor, one thing that is proven, more and more people permanently are going to be working from home. And if these are to compete with other communities, they need to have units where people can sit and work and not be in their bedroom, sitting on the bed with a laptop on their lap, trying to do work. And a lot of these units simply don't equate to the new reality of living post-pandemic in this city. And so I just wanted to pass those comments along.
Thank you. Ms. Ambassador, can I have somebody else, but I will ask the next few speakers to give us new information, please.
Okay, Rosie Hanlon, you've been unmuted.
Hi there. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone. My name is Rosie Hanlon. I'm a lifelong resident of the Allston Brighton community. I'm also a member of this IAG. I too, I'm going to echo what Tony is saying. The micro units came in as an afterthought in the developers. We've had many conversations about the micro units, and I personally cannot see anybody living pre or post pandemic in a closet. And so I'm really not sold on this as a benefit to this community at all. I think that it's too dense. I think, Madam Chair, you're spot on. There's a lot of development going on in Cambridge Street and the surrounding area. We need to take some really deeper looks at what we're putting into the community, because it's not just a moment. It's going to be there for a long time. So,
and just to clarify, you are on the IAG?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. May I hear from somebody else, please, Ms. Ambassador?
Minor Perez, you've been unmuted.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. As always, thank you for your hard work and your thorough reviews. On behalf of hundreds of union carpenters, I want to go on record in support of this project.
Thank you.
Okay, Carol Martinez?
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Hi, Carol Martinez. I was also on the IAG. I want to echo everything that Tony said about this project. I'm not in support of it because the units are so small and the density of the project. The other thing that I'd like to point out, which just to put the cherry on it, unless there are restrictions, rental restrictions on units, whether it be affordable or not, or compact or whatever, the developers are going to charge what the market will bear. And, you know, there's no such thing as a natural, affordable rental market. People are in this business to make money, and they're going to make as much money as they can. So unless the city decides to put some restrictions on the compact units, it really is not that relevant in terms of affordability. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, this is Robert Brown again, the architect from Perkins & Will.
No, we're hearing testimony.
Okay.
John Woods? Hi, John, you've been unmuted. Okay, John? No, that's will come off. Okay, I think we're all set.
Okay, so given that information, board
Madam Chair, we have one letter of non-support.
Okay.
The owner of 451 Cambridge Street, concerns about parking.
Okay, thank you. Given all the information that you've heard, may I have a motion, please?
I mean,
I think, from my perspective, I think it's fairly telling that people from the IAG are here in opposition, and these are long-term residents of this community.
I'm going to make a motion that in some ways is a little hard to stomach, but I'm going to make a motion for approval because there is a compact living policy in the city, and if we are to adhere to that, then whatever my personal feelings may be, this is within those parameters. I'm also pretty upset about the nature of the presentation, but I am pleased with the 17% affordability. So I guess I'm going to make a reluctant motion to approve DPW design review.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm going to oppose, Madam Chair.
I'm opposed.
So there's 3 oppositions from a 6-member board. So the motion doesn't carry, it's denied.
I'll make a motion to deny without prejudice.
Our procedure is to deny. It means we just don't want to see this proposal. The press can come in with another proposal. Okay?
Madam Chair, I'm going to go back to the next case that we called earlier, Payne Street. Payne Street is on. Calling BOA 114-2022, 25 Payne Street.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman.
This is direct, let me read it into the record, sir. This is erected two-family dwelling, proposed 4 off-street parking. The violations, Article 67, Section 8. A two-family dwelling use is forbidden. Name and address for the record, please.
Stephen David, 601 High Street, Dedham, Massachusetts. Good afternoon.
So please tell us what you're proposing to do.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman. This parcel is located in a 1F 6,000 zone. The lot is 11,635 square feet. It's bordered by a nursery, landscape, plant selling facility along Walk Hill Street, and a school that runs behind Payne Street. The direct abutter to my left at 25 Payne Street is a single-family dwelling. I've heard no opposition from any of those 3 neighbors. It is also interesting to note at this point that there is a 2-family dwelling at 55 Payne Street.
Tell us about this proposal specifically. How many square feet and how is parking going to be accommodated?
Yes, ma'am. This is it's a duplex style side by side. The units are identical. We have 3 bedroom, 2.5 bath units with a partially finished basement. There is to the left rear of the lot 4 parking spaces, 2 for each unit. They are accessed by a single driveway running along the left-hand side of the lot. The reason that we're designing it this way is because we're trying to maintain some open space for these are 3-bedroom units, probably family occupied, so we wanted to give the outdoor space for recreation for children and for other outdoor activities that have become more popular during COVID.
So has this address been before this board in the past?
No, ma'am.
No, okay.
I purchased this lot. I actually built 2 doors up and then ultimately purchased this lot for the purpose of developing it as a 2-unit building.
Okay, hold on. How are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are adequate. I do have a question on you mentioned this, the basement, it does call out a finished basement, it's partial?
It's partially finished. It shows on the plan. We have a room for mechanicals, then a room for, some sort of recreational space or another living area for children.
So no bedrooms? No bedrooms?
Oh, no bedrooms in the basement.
I had just one other question, which is strikes me as a little odd. Why isn't the driveway against the commercial space versus against the abutting neighbor's house?
Because we were trying to maintain the right rear corner for open grassy play area. And that's sort of where both units can access that. It seems like we could probably, flip that if that was a concern of the board, and without really detracting from our goals here. It was for kind of privacy. There's a fence that runs along the border with the nursery, and so there's some privacy back there that we were trying to access.
Thank you.
We do intend to, we did leave a landscape berm that runs along the left side. It's my intention to plant that berm and also install a fence between my neighbor and myself. The neighbor was actually the seller of the property to me, and we've come to an understanding and agreement on that. That's sort of it for the unit.
Hold on. Any questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Coppinger with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. We would like to go on record in support, noting that this project was met with community opposition because residents would like to keep it within the single-family zoning. the mayor's office does not believe that this is totally out of character in the neighborhood, as there is already a two-family on the street and does not set the precedent. So again, we would just like to echo our support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one raised hand if no other elected officials are ready to speak. Okay. All right, caller 7642, you've been unmuted.
Hi. Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Hi. Okay. Hi. My name is Tracy, and I live on Payne Street. And we have previously opposed this project on Zoom with the developers. And what he's talking about, as far as the school's on a completely different street. And also, he's talking about the nursery. The nursery is on a completely different street. I live on Payne Street, and I oppose this variance for this developer to build a two-family house here. Payne Street is legally zoned for one-family homes by the city of Boston. This is one of the reasons why I bought my home here. I have seen, and I'm sure we all have seen, the damage done to neighborhoods and communities when we allow developers to take over and not follow the zoning rules. I believe this project would set precedents for other developers to follow if they can keep illegally bypassing the zoning codes. Again, I oppose this two-family variance. There's all one-family homes on...
What's your address on Payne Street?
My address is 89 Payne Street. The 55 that he's talking about was grandfathered in. All the rest of the homes on that street, which I believe is maybe 14, are one-family homes. We would be okay with a one-family home, but not a two-family home.
Yeah, because I was recently down Payne, interestingly enough, and it looked like you had a combination of buildings, because it looked like you had like some buildings, one in front of another. I inadvertently knocked on the wrong door, and it looked like, it was a two-family dwelling. So I'm just a little confused.
Right. So they do have some that are behind. One is behind the other, and they're one-family homes. They're all one-family homes. The one that he's talking about was grandfathered in years ago. So this is all one family. We want to keep, and all my neighbors, we have talked, and we've had Zoom meetings with developers before about this, and we all oppose this.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else to speak on this project?
Hi, Lisa Bateman, you've been unmuted.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I live about 2 blocks from the proposed project, and I'm part of the Mount Hope Canterbury Neighborhood Association, and I'm calling to support the residents of Payne Street in their desire to keep the zoning one family and to not make exceptions. So I oppose the project as designed.
Thank you.
Hi, and Rick, can you state your name and address, Rick Yoder?
Yes, Rick Yoder, 180 Mount Hope Street in Rosendale, co-leader of the Mount Hope Canterbury Neighborhood Association. And that I oppose this project. That's not a reflection on the builder. He has a good reputation from the house he built, the single family he built. We'd love if he would build a single family on this lot. There's actually 22 single-family houses, 21 single-family houses in this zone. It's a standalone zone surrounded by commercial zoning to the west and a cemetery to the right. Only one of those, the 22 units, is a two-family, and as was mentioned, it was grandfathered. You look at the assessor's report back to 1985.
So, Rick, can we hear from Ms. Master? Can we hear from Ms. Beekman, please? Just
she just spoke.
Oh, so Rick, okay, call in user?
Yeah, she already spoke.
Okay, excellent. Given that information, may I have a motion, please?
Motion to deny.
Is there a second?
Second, Legris.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Oh, is anybody opposed?
Eric is. Aye.
Eric, you're opposed? Okay.
Yes.
Motion carries. It's now 3:00. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will start off with 604 East Broadway. Board members on? Okay, Mr. Fortune?
Calling the first case, case BOA 112-1204-604 East Broadway. This is a proposed three-story addition above an existing local retail space to create 6 new residential units, a change of use from local retail space to local retail space and 6 dwelling units. The violation, Article 68, Section 33, off-street parking is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the floor to area ratio is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the height requirement is excessive. Article 68, Section 8, front yard setback is insufficient, East Broadway Street. Article 68, Section 8, the front yard setback is insufficient on I Street side. Article 68, Section 8, the side yard setback is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, the rear yard setback is insufficient. Article 68, Section 8, usable open space is insufficient. And Article 68, Section 29, the roof structure restricted district. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney with the business address of 350 West Broadway in South Boston. Madam Chair, members, this matter was first deferred because revised plans had not been approved by ISD. They have, in fact, been approved now. My client is Ming Chan. He owns the building at 604-608 East Broadway. He also owns and operates the ground floor, or it's a single-story building, the local convenience store that is there now. The proposal is to take what is effectively a zero lot line building on the corner of East Broadway and I Street to erect a 3-story vertical addition where there would be 6 proposed 1-bedroom dwelling units. As I say, the ground floor commercial use would remain and my client would continue to operate it. The units range in size from 736 to 871 square feet. The height of the building would be 41 feet. The violations accrue owing to the existing structure, as I say, doesn't meet any of the setback requirements, and this is a vertical addition to the existing building. The off-street parking violation is unavoidable, as there's no way to add parking to this property. As I said, on East Broadway, and it's a busy intersection at the corner of I Street. The usable open space insufficiency could be eliminated, but my client is not proposing a roof deck. This would be an unoccupied roof. And the violation owing to roof structure restrictions, there was never anything proposed on the roof. That's being cited by the examiner simply because of the vertical addition is being viewed as changing the profile of the roof, but there is nothing being proposed for the roof in terms of an active use. With that, I'll pause and take any questions that the board may have.
So this is not going to be an elevator building. Will you be having an accessible unit somewhere?
Trying to look at my plans, hold it. Actually, I'm not sure the answer to that, Madam Chair. I'm looking. I don't see. You're correct. I don't see an elevator.
The plans do not show an elevator, Mr. Moranci.
Correct, they don't, and they don't show a lift. Sorry about that. They do not. We were not cited for that, which is why it hasn't come up.
Okay, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are fine. I do have some questions because I'm trying to understand the accessibility issue aside. It seems like there's a passageway on the back of the building against the building behind, but it's a little hard to see in the existing conditions. It actually seems like the buildings touch. Are you, and you're building to the 0.7 lot line, which is the existing 1-story lot line, but then you're raising that up additional 3 stories. I'm just not sure exactly how you're interfacing with the building behind, especially as it relates to building code and fire separation, because there's windows, what it appears, in that building behind. I don't even know if this is a legal proposal, I guess. I mean, I'm not into the building code. I'm just trying to understand what's happening.
There's a common passageway in the rear, so the buildings aren't attached. And the common passageway in the rear, it is contained within the deed for the 604-606 East Broadway property. So there is a passageway easement there that's shown on the site plan, 3.3 feet wide. And then there's the 0.7 setback. So there's 4 feet of separation distance between the two buildings.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from the board?
So, yeah, I got a question because I think Eric brings up a great point. So will there be a building 3.3 feet away from that second story window in the neighbor's house on the side street, on I Street?
Joe, it's going to be 4 feet altogether with the passageway and with the 0.7 feet in there.
Okay.
But you know, the thing is, we can, I mean, should this be approved, we could put a proviso for no building code relief. Any other questions from the board? Is anybody here to speak in support of this proposal?
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Haley Dillon, Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. I'd like to go on record in support and also note that the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association is also in support. Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair, members of the board, Ana Calderon from Councilor Fling's office. We understand that this project has gone through the community process and several meetings, both with neighbors and abutters, as well as the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association. It is an understanding that there have been compromises on both sides and that the team has agreed to reduce the height to 41 feet, waive resident parking permits for rental units, and bring the building flush to the street due to safety concerns about people exiting windows on the ledge. The team is also removing the visual, which was a quality of life concerns for neighbors. As a result, the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association has sent in a letter of support due to good faith compromises. We would also ask for additional outreach for the team to neighbors and BPDA design review before the construction phase regarding placement of windows in the rear due to privacy concerns at the abutters meeting.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Paul Sullivan, on behalf of City Council Lodge, Michael Flaherty. As the board is well aware of the council's position regarding Article 68, however, in this particular instance, the Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association is in support, and the council has made exceptions for cases along the main commercial corridors along West and East Broadway to encourage the development of vibrant mixed-use commercial district, and would defer to that support.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Karen Foley, Boston City Council, and Anissa Asabi George. Would like to echo the sentiments of Councilor Flynn, and that's what we'd like to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have no raised hands.
Madam Chair, Secretary here, we have letters of opposition, letters of support as well.
Mr. Moranci, I may have missed this and I apologize, but is this going to be condos or rental units?
Mr. Ligris, these would be rental units.
Thank you.
Okay, based on that information, may I have a motion, please?
A motion to approve with BPDA design review.
I'd also just add a proviso that no building code relief.
And no building code relief.
Is there the second?
Ligris will second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Calling the next case, calling VOA 106-8581, 9 Batchelder Street. This is a renovation of a two-family unit. Add a finished basement with two-bedroom unit 2, and add a dormer and two-bedroom in the attic and roof deck. The violation is Article 50, Section 29. The floor area ratio is excessive. Article 50, Section 29. The usable open space is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29. The front yard is insufficient. Article 50, Section 29. The side yard is insufficient. And Article 50, Section 29. The rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Is the applicant here for this project?
Don't see any hands raised on my end. Let's see who- Tunnels. No, I don't see the applicant here. Let me check the panel.
Madam Chair, it's 3:23. I'll make a motion for denial without prejudice.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Calling the next case, calling VOA 105-4679, 44 Glendale Street. This is to build a new 4-story, 9-unit building. The violation is Article 65, Section 41, proposed off-street loading and requirement, proposed parking is insufficient. Article 65, Section 8, the MFR has been used in a 2F 6,000 sub-district. Article 65, Section 9, lot area is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, lot width is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, lot frontage is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, the floor area ratio is excessive. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in stories. Article 65, Section 9, the building height is excessive in feet. Article 65, Section 9, the front yard is insufficient. Article 65, Section 9, side yard is insufficient. And Article 65, Section 9, the rear yard is insufficient. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon once again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Matt Eckel with Drago and Stunt with the business address of 11 Beacon Street on behalf of the applicant. Also with me is Eric Zackerson from Context, the project architect. I should note this project has been modified from what was read into the record and significantly reduced. We are now seeking to erect a 3-story building with 3 units and 3 parking spaces on this vacant lot. So we were able to eliminate some of those violations that were read into the record.
Sorry, again, it's 3 stories and 3 units?
That is correct, Madam Chair, with 3 parking spaces.
Okay.
So in doing so, we eliminated the parking violation. We now have 1-to-1 parking ratio. We eliminated building height.
Is Volney Capital the owner of this?
The applicant is Chris Proul, Mr. Ruggiero.
If you go up to the next, I'm going to recuse myself. Just
be smart.
Yeah,
Okay.
find this a caution.
Yeah. Okay. So your lot area is still going to be insufficient, lot width, lot frontage. So your FAR and your height is going to change.
That's correct, Madam Chair. So building height in feet, we have eliminated that violation. We're at 31 feet 6 inches. Allowed is 35. Side yard, we now comply and have 10 feet on either side. So that's been eliminated. And rear yard, we have a 30-foot setback now. So the other violations would remain, but we did eliminate those 4.
Okay, so this is an infill, right?
Right, it's currently a vacant lot, yes, so new 3-story ground-up construction, Madam Chair, in a 2F 6,000 district, and the lot is just under 5,000 square feet.
Okay, and will those garages in the back be staying, or will they be knocked down?
So the garages will be eliminated to allow for the parking. So the driveway is existing right now. We would use the same curb cut and driveway that currently is shown in the site picture. And then the parking would be aligned, as you can see in this picture right in front of you, with 3 across. We did leave some landscaping area, which you can see on one of the other plans, for some screening and buffering, but that garage would be raised.
And are these 2 or 3 bedrooms?
So these are all very similar layout. They're 3-bedroom units, about 1,350 square feet. You can see there kind of a template of the floor by floor. You can see 3 bedrooms with a master, with a large master closet and bathroom. There's also, in working with the community, they wanted to see these family styles with extra storage, washer, dryer. So you can see right in the middle of the plans there, we do have a large space denoted for that. So they're all 3-bedroom units, 2 baths.
Okay, Colette, can you scroll so we can see a little bit more? In the meantime, how are the plans, Mr. Robinson?
The plans are, they're fine. Is the roof